Michigan versus Cecil Little. This is case number 1557833. Defendant is charged with count 1, assault with a dangerous weapon, felonious assault. Count 2, weapons, felony firearm. Count 3, weapons, firearms, possession by felon. The defendant is a habitual offender, third offense notice. Today is the date and time for probable cause conference. Your appearance for the record.
Laura Nersesky on behalf of the people, Your Honor.
Good morning, Your Honor. James O'Donnell from Mr. Cecil Little.
Good morning. Good morning, Mr. Little.
How you doing, ma'am?
I'm well, thank you. I have conducted the probable cause conference with the parties. The people have indicated that they will make discovery available on today. Defense counsel will retrieve that discovery from the prosecutor's office. The people have identified for purposes of examination only one witness, Elvin Daniels. No witnesses were identified on behalf of the defendant for purposes of examination. This matter is scheduled for exam on May 27, 2015 at 9:00 a.m. and the parties have indicated that this is a good date and time for the exam. Anything else on behalf of the people?
No, Your Honor.
On behalf of defendant?
Yes, Your Honor. I'd like to address the question of bond.
You may at this time.
Thank you, Judge. My understanding, after talking to my client and also looking at the assignment, is that the current bond is $75,000, 10%. I think that's excessive, and I'm going to ask the court to consider actually a personal bond. My client has I think the first concern should be safety for the complainant. My client has an address he can live at with a person who's in the courtroom. It's 3850 Rivard, Dominique Ridley, in the courtroom. Also in the courtroom is my client's wife, and they would be staying with Mr. Ridley until this is resolved. My client went to the 12th grade. He got his GED from Inkster High School. He works for the last year for Nance Sprinkling Company. He's been off now for 4 days because of this arrest. It's true the landlord and this is a landlord-tenant situation. They have been and seen each other in landlord and tenant court many times due to
I'm sorry, Mr. O'Donnell.
It's all right. Due to problems with maintenance, there have been maintenance issues that have brought the two of them together. Since these two incidents, my client has paid the landlord $500. There was no incident that occurred during that payment, when the payment was made by my client to the landlord. So I'd ask the court to consider a personal bond. My client can stay at another location away from the landlord's property, which is also my client's place where he's a tenant. I'd ask the court to consider a personal bond. Thank you.
Thank you. On behalf of the people?
Well, Your Honor, given the charges are felonious assault, felony firearm, and a felon in possession of a firearm, I'm asking that this court keep the bond in place as it is. The defendant did approach his landlord, or I should say the landlord approached the tenant to discuss issues involving that piece of real estate, and the defendant then approached the defendant with a gun, stating he's going to shoot him. He racked the gun, in which a round actually ejected while he was racking the gun, and threatened to kill or shoot, at the very least, the victim. So I'm asking that this court keep the bond in place.
Okay, counsel, I'm not willing to give your client a personal bond. I can't give him a personal bond.
Can the court consider a reduced 10% bond?
I'll consider a reduced 10% bond as well as a GPS tether, because he cannot go to the property where this incident took place, or allegedly took place. And so I'm willing to reduce the bond. I'll reduce the bond to $25,000, 10%. Plus a GPS tether. That's the best I can do.
All right, Judge. Thank you very much.
Okay.
I'll fill out the paperwork.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
It should be there. Sherwan Hawkins. Are we ready on mic?
What's the case number on this thing?
15. This number.
Little?
Yeah.
15057
57
833
833
01.
0 1.
defendant is charged with count 1, carjacking, count 2, robbery armed, count 3, weapons, firearms, possession by felon, count 4, weapons, felony, firearm. The defendant is an habitual offender, fourth offense notice, and is present for exam.
Okay, good morning, your appearance.
Lauren Nursesi on behalf of the people.
James O'Donnell on behalf of Mr. DeAnthony Wright.
Okay, good morning, Mr. Wright.
Good morning.
Okay, any preliminary matters before we proceed?
Yes, Your Honor, just which matter are we going forward on at this moment? And may I step out in the hall to see if my OIC's in the hall?
Yes. This is the one ending in 723. This is that, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Family for Mr. Wright.
And while we're waiting, Your Honor, I'll just make the motion for sequestration with an exception for my officer in charge, Kerry Cards Nelson.
And for the record, Judge, my client has no persons that he knows of in the courtroom at all.
Okay, thank you. That sequestration order is in place, and the exception is granted.
Thank you.
How many witnesses will the people be calling
Just
today?
one, Your Honor.
Okay,
Judge, if the OIC is here, I may call the OIC.
okay, thank you. ready? Okay, people may call their first witness.
Thank you. At this time, I'd like to call Mr. Sherwan Hawkins. Here, sir.
This way. Can you spell your first name, please? Before you sit down.
Sir, stand, raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Can I have a seat, please?
You may proceed.
Mr. Hawkins, can you please state your name for the record?
Sharon Hawkins.
Thank you. I'm going to take you back to April 26, 2015. Did something happen that day that brings you to court?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, were you at a location 1440 East 7 Mile, Sid Detroit County Lane?
Yes, ma'am.
What's at that location, sir?
A gas station.
Gas station, do you remember what kind of gas station? Which gas station it was?
This was 7 Mile and Chalmers. I believe it was a BP. I'm not familiar. I forgot. I'm not
You
sure.
forgot. All right, but it was a gas station.
Yes.
And were you getting gas there?
No, ma'am.
Okay, what were you doing there?
I pulled in to get me some blunts.
Okay. And now what type of vehicle were you driving?
A Jaguar.
All right. And what year is that Jaguar?
2011.
All right.
XJL.
And were you alone?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And when you pulled in, what did you do?
I went to the gas station. I pulled up at the door. And, I left my car running at the door.
Okay, were the doors unlocked?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and you left the car running. Did you enter the gas station, the store, the gas station?
Yes.
All right. And what happened then?
I was there talking to the clerk, and I noticed a minivan rolled in, and there was some guys in it looking inside the gas station.
Okay.
So it kind of made me nervous.
All right.
So when I went outside, the young man approached the end of my car.
Okay, when you say young man, do you see that person in the courtroom today?
Yes, ma'am.
Where is that person in the courtroom?
Since the left of you,
Okay, can you tell me what that person's wearing?
a yellow vest.
All right, let the record reflect that the witness has identified defendant DeAnthony Deshawn Wright.
Mr. O'Donnell, anything?
No, Judge, that's a correct statement. My client saved my left, he's wearing yellow.
Okay, thank you. You may continue.
Thank you. Now, did the defendant come out, which part of the van did the defendant come out of? Did you see that?
I didn't see him come out the van.
Okay. All right. At what point did you see the defendant?
When I walked outside to my car door.
All right. And what was he doing?
He was approaching the end of my car with a gun.
Okay. Into your car?
No, he was coming from the driver's side from my tail end of the car.
Okay. And you say that he had a gun. What kind of gun was that? Could you tell?
It was a Desert Eagle 40 cal.
Okay. Is that a handgun?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And what was he doing with the gun?
He was approaching me with the gun, and he asked me to step away from my car.
All right. And how was he holding the gun?
He was pointing at me.
Okay. And what did he say to you?
Step away from the car.
All right. Did you step away from the car?
No.
Okay. What did you do?
I leaned back against my driver's door, and I put my hands up,
Okay.
and I stubbed my hip out. You know, like I don't have anything, but you know, it can help us in my pocket.
All right. And why did the defendant do that?
He put his guard down with the gun, and it was aiming towards the ground. So
Okay.
when he approached me, I attacked him. As far as I wrapped my arms around the pistol, or you know, where he had the gun.
Okay. So you grabbed the gun?
Yes,
Okay. Was it still in his hand?
yes, it was.
All right. Was he alone?
No,
All right. Were there other individuals there then?
yes, another suspect like came from around the gas station pump,
Okay.
and when he ran up on me, it was like I was tossing with the gun to get out of his hand.
Out of the defendant's hand?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Did you get the gun out of the defendant's hand?
We was tossing for it. The gun went off in the gas station while we was wrestling for it.
Okay.
And,
Were you struck?
No,
Okay. Do you know if your vehicle was struck?
no, the bullet hit the ground
Okay.
in front of the gas station door.
All right. What happened then?
I bit him in the hand,
Okay. Where on the hand?
the hand that the gun was in.
Okay. And what part of the hand?
I guess around where his wrist was, I guess.
Okay. And was the gun still in his hand when you bit him?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. What happened when you bit him?
He dropped the gun and took off running.
Okay. And what happened after that?
I picked the gun up and I chased him.
Okay. And did you continue to follow him then for a while?
No, because the clip had fell off the gun during the tussle.
Okay. So what did you do then?
I ran back and grabbed the gun and his phone.
Okay. And when you say his phone, whose phone are you referring to?
The suspect?
Okay. So would that be the defendant he's sitting here?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And where was that phone when you found it?
It was between the door and my car.
Okay. And what did you do then?
I picked up the clip and the phone, and I jumped in the car, and I ran around the corner to find him and his friend that was at the gas station trying to
Okay.
rob me.
And did you find the defendant and his friend?
Nope.
All right. And what did you do after that?
I went home and told my wife what had happened, and I took the phone and the gun to the police station on Gratiot.
Thank you. Nothing further.
You may cross-examine this witness.
Thank you, Judge. Good morning, Mr. Hawkins.
Good morning.
Mr. Hawkins, do you have any estimate as to how long the incident took from the moment that you came outside and this person approached you to the moment that person ran away?
Excuse me?
How long did it last in terms of time from the moment you saw him when you came out of the gas station to the moment that person ran away, or that those persons ran away?
I think the incident was taking place for about a good 4 to 3 minutes. It was a tussle.
Okay. When you walked out, you were approaching your driver's door?
Yes, sir.
Okay. When you saw this person, he was coming from the rear of your car?
Yes, sir.
Was he walking toward your driver's door also?
Yes, sir.
Was your driver's door at that moment open or closed?
It was closed.
All right. Who got to the driver's door first, you or this person?
Me.
When you got there, did you open the door?
No, I never had a chance to.
The door never opened?
No.
Okay. You were standing next to the car, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. He says something to you
Yes.
first, back away from the car.
Yes.
The gun was pointed at you.
Yes.
You looked at that gun.
Yes.
In fact, you identified the type, make, and model of that gun. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. He orders you to move away from the car, but you don't move away from the car, do you? No. He didn't ask you for the keys, did he?
No.
Within a very short time after he ordered you to step away from the car, you didn't step away from the car. You said that he put the gun dropped aiming toward the ground. Your eyes was on the gun, correct?
Yes, sir.
At some point, you made a very quick move and you grabbed that gun. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
When you grabbed it, was the gun still aiming toward the ground?
Yes, sir.
All right. Both hands, that is to say, both of your hands on the gun?
It was like more, I wrapped my arms around his arms to hold the gun, to try to snatch it from him.
All right. So I'm gonna, like, you made a bear hug around him? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, sir.
And by doing that, you kept his arms at his side so the gun was still pointed down?
No, the gun was more like in one arm, like more of a, I'm struggling to get it from him.
Okay. When you're struggling to get it from him, are you putting your hand on his wrist or on his hand with the gun?
I'm putting both hands on his wrist.
Okay, so eventually both of your hands get on his wrist, is that right?
Right.
Okay. And during the course of this altercation, which you say may have lasted 3 minutes, may have lasted 4 minutes, the gun discharges
Yes, sir.
once, twice, 3 times?
Once.
Did you ever tell the police that it went off more than once?
No, I can't remember.
Okay.
But I'm for certain it went off once.
All
During the tussle, the gun went off. And
Okay.
it was like more of a pause because we looked at each other like, who got shot.
Right.
But then nobody get shot, so the tussle went on.
Okay, so there was a brief pause.
Yes.
At some point, do you pull his hand up to your mouth to bite it, or do you drop down to the ground, and because you're on the ground, that his hand was close to your mouth?
Oh, certainly
How
I
did that
gave him to Mike Tyson. I bit him in the hand. Yes,
happen?
I bit
well,
him.
I'm just, what I was trying to get at, were you standing, or did you guys go to the ground?
We were standing.
Okay. Is it correct that when you bit him so hard that you chipped your teeth?
Yes, I had to go to the dentist and they had to refix my volume 2 tooth.
Okay. Did you note that whether or not you drew blood?
No.
Okay. But did you bite him hard enough to have drawn blood? In other words, was it a pretty tough bite?
I mean, my drilling was rushing, so at the time it was like, it wasn't no fear. It was like, you know.
I'm not asking about fear, sir. I'm asking whether you saw blood.
No, I ain't seen no blood because he dropped the gun and ran after I bit him.
Okay. How long, and I know this may seem like a silly question, but how long did the bite last?
Well, by a good hot second. I mean, once I came in contact with his hand, he dropped the gun.
All right. And as you said, you bit him hard enough so that your bottom teeth or
Yeah,
top teeth.
because when I bit him, I probably caught part of the gun, what the dentist told me. And when I bit down on his hand, I caught some of the gun also. So that's probably why my teeth was chipped like that.
Were you aware of biting on the gun when you bit him, or did it just seem like you were biting him?
I was aware of biting him and the gun.
All right. Did you see the phone drop or a phone drop during the altercation?
No.
Okay.
Neither did I see the clip drop.
All right. Then you've described the fact that after the gun dropped, this person left,
Oh, yeah, he took off.
and so did his accomplice or the other person?
Yeah, he took off after he took my money out of my pocket.
Okay. And the money got taken out of your pocket during the altercation?
Yes, because while I'm struggling with him with the gun, his co-defendant came around like into the fight and went in my jogging pants and took my money and he ran off,
All right.
leaving him behind, struggling with me with the gun.
Now, when you returned, you found the phone on the ground.
Yes,
You said between the door and your car.
yes,
Between the door of the gas station?
yes. It was my car, the clip, his phone, and the door.
All right. And your car door, your driver door,
Yes, sir.
and your driver door was closest to the gas station door?
Yep.
How far away from your car was it?
About 4 or 5 feet.
Okay. Both
I
your
pulled kind of close to the door.
both the person you had the altercation with, as well as the person who was his accomplice or co-defendant, both those people were in that area.
Yes, sir.
All right. So you don't know, based on the fact that you didn't see the phone fall, who or where that phone came from.
Because when I walked out the gas station, wasn't no phone at the door on the ground.
Correct. But you don't know of the two people who it came from.
It came from the guy I was tossing with.
But you didn't see it fall from him. You just said you didn't see the phone or the clip fall.
No,
So you don't know who it came from.
it came from the guy I was tossing with.
But you
Because
didn't see it.
no,
You made a statement to the police.
yes, sir.
Do you remember describing, in your statement to the police, do you remember describing the person you had the altercation with as black male, 5'11" to 6 foot, 180 pounds, no older than 26, medium complexion, low cut? Hold on a moment. Low cut, low cut mustache, little sideburns, dark clothing, armed with a small version of a Desert Eagle, maybe a 40 or 45 caliber. You remember that statement that you made to the police?
No, I remember talking about the gun at the time.
So you don't remember telling the police height, weight, complexion, anything like that?
Yeah, I remember.
Okay.
Yeah.
In that description, you don't say anything about whether or not he's wearing a hat, do you?
Nope.
And you don't say anything about what kind of hair he had. In other words, like style, whether he was bald, whether he had long hair, whether it was short hair, whether it was a fade. You don't say anything about his hair, do you?
I can't remember.
All right, Judge, may I just have one more?
Sure.
Thank you. Do you remember the color of the clothing of the person you had the altercation with, the person you put hands on?
It was dark clothing.
Dark clothing?
Yes, sir.
But you don't know whether it was gray, black, dark blue, dark green, just dark.
No, it happened so fast. You know, somebody put a gun to you. You know, you television to the gun, and the person was blurry to me. So it was more like it was dark clothing.
Okay.
I can't tell you if it was black, blue, gray, but it was dark clothing.
Thank you. No further questions.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Hawkins. You are excused.
Thank you.
Will the people be calling any additional witnesses?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. O'Donnell, are you calling any witnesses?
No, Judge, after I've had a brief, on the record, I want to tell you that I had a brief conversation with the officer in charge, and some of the questions I was gonna ask have been explained to me, and I don't need to talk to him today.
Thank you. The people's motion.
Your Honor, and before I continue, there was a stipulation at the probable cause conference to the defendant's prior felonies making him ineligible to possess a weapon at this time. I'm just reiterating that stipulation that on September 18, 2008, the defendant was convicted of carjacking, making him ineligible to possess a weapon at this time. That's for count 3. And then as for counts 1, 2, and 4, the people also moved to bind over on all counts.
Okay, thank you, Mr. O'Donnell.
Judge, I'm gonna object to carjacking. Other than my client saying step away from the vehicle, which could mean a number of things, it's only through inferences piled upon inferences that we get to the assumption that he was attempting to take the car. The car was never taken. It's true he was robbed. I'm not arguing about the robbery, but I'm going to object to the carjacking because it requires a person to have at least done something other than say, step away from the car, which the person never did.
And point a gun at the individual, and maybe he didn't drive that car away because he got bit, and so he wasn't able to drive that car away with 2 hands.
Right, the question
Just
then
because
becomes,
you don't prevail as the robber, and you happen to encounter somebody that is not afraid to fight back and to take a bite out of crime,
But
literally,
the
doesn't
inference-
excuse you. So I'm satisfied that the people have met their burden with respect to all of the counts. And so I am binding the defendant over as charged, and his arraignment on the information will be January, I'm sorry, not January, it will be, y'all gotta stop laughing at me, I'm trying to keep a straight face, y'all see the cameras in here? They will stream me live and have me on all kind of stuff. Okay, his examination, arraignment on the information will be May 27th, 2015 at 9:00 a.m. Anything else for my consideration?
Judge, just as you know, that there is a second case.
Oh, I thought you were gonna ask me about a bond. Okay, go ahead.
There's a second case.
Yes.
I wanted to make sure we're on the record as to when that case is going to happen, and we need
Okay.
the prosecutor to chime in at this point.
Yes.
Let me place the case. Yes, go ahead, place number.
This is case 1557722. The people of the state of Michigan versus D'Anthony Deshaun Wright. Defendant is charged with counts 1 and 2 excuse me, counts 1 and 2 carjacking, count 3 robbery armed, count 4 assault with a dangerous weapon, felonious assault, count 5 weapons, firearms, possession by felon, count 6 weapons, felony firearm. The defendant is a habitual offender for offense notice and is present.
Okay, thank you. Just state your name for the record, your appearance anyways.
Lauren Nersesi on behalf of the people, Your Honor.
And James O'Donnell on behalf of D'Angelo Wright on this case, which the clerk has told me is 15-57722.
Yes, and we had a sidebar earlier this morning where the parties, or Mr. O'Donnell indicated that he did not receive any assignment information with respect to this particular matter. And so I indicated to the parties that we would go forward with Mr. Wright's examination on the one matter that we've completed, and that I would adjourn this particular matter to another day because, of course, the defender's office cannot proceed on Mr. Wright's behalf without having had the opportunity to prepare. And so, of course, I'm finding good cause to go beyond the statutory time period, and I'm adjourning the matter. Did the parties decide on a date?
Your Honor, I did just, I found out that Friday is a good day for our complaining witness who is present here in court. I'm asking that the I'm sorry, Your Honor, actually, we just found out that he may not be able to be present on Friday.
But it's all right, it's my office.
Okay.
That's the issue.
Which,
I'll be back next week. Yeah, I'll be back next week.
Ms. Richardson, do I have the binder form? Oh, here it is. Never mind. Yes, it is.
Wednesday?
That's fine.
Your Honor, can we move this matter to Wednesday then?
Day of that, that's
Wednesday, which is the
27th.
27th.
That's the date of his arraignment also, as long as that doesn't conflict with the arraignment.
That's his arraignment on the information for the matter we just had. Ms. Richardson, did you say I could do that date?
Well, I don't know how.
Right, that's gonna be problematic. What happened to Friday? Now, I'm trying to accommodate people, but now,
I understand, but the complainant has to work Friday because of when he can get the day off.
okay.
Yeah.
So we can go ahead and- Wonderful. Okay, so my deputy just informed me that if everybody is here on time on Wednesday the 27th, then he will coordinate making sure that the defendant is present for his examination on the 27th.
Okay. Your Honor,
Okay.
would you like this matter at 8:30 or 9 o'clock then?
Deputy, which time should it be?
8:30.
Yes,
Can you
we'll
be
do
here
it
at
at
8:30?
8:30.
On Wednesday? Okay. Then we should be fine, Your Honor.
Okay, it's adjourned to May 27th at 8:30. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll be back.
Ready on Boswell? Madam Prosecutor, are you ready?
Take that hat off in the courtroom.
I am, I'm texting right now that he's here, just to bring him down. Ready.
Has anyone checked in on Hunt or Brown?
Gary Jones is retained.
Miss Necessity, while you're talking to her, would you put your license name on the back? Oh, sure. Okay, thank you.
Defendants 1 and 2 is charged with count 2, child abuse 2nd degree. Both defendants are present for exam.
Okay, good morning, your appearance.
Karen Goldfarb, Your Honor, on behalf of the people.
Good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor, Parisa Kiani for the people.
Good morning, Your Honor. Godfrey Dillard on behalf of Ms. Boswell.
Good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor, Charlie Bachman.
Good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor, Ferris Haddad, P71538 on behalf of Charlie Bachman.
Good morning.
Morning, Your Honor, Dean Salter, 52126 on behalf of Mr. Bachman.
Good morning.
Morning, Sean Patrick Smith.
Good morning.
Sean Patrick Smith, P number, do you want that? 51431.
Thank you. All right, and good morning, Ms. Dillard Boswell.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Okay, we left off the last time we were here, and Mr. Dillard completed his cross-examination of the complaining witness. And now, Mr. Smith, it's time for your cross-examination.
Thanks, Judge.
Mr. Boswell, I'm gonna have you stand and raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're going to give today will be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. You may be seated.
I'm sure it's not necessary, but if there's some other cameramen here, I'm gonna ask the
Oh,
court.
thank you. My deputy did remind me this morning that we may have some new people with us today in my courtroom. We do not video the face, the image, the silhouette of any minor witness. So, Ms. Mr. Bobble, who's on the stand right now, you will not be able to show his face, silhouettes, anything from this courtroom. Thank you so much for complying with the court's order. Thank you, Ms. Gold. Okay, with that said, then I believe there was a mutual sequestration order in place with respect to this matter. Is it safe for the court to assume that any and all witnesses that will testify on today or in a future proceeding have already been excused from the courtroom on behalf of the people? Do you have any witnesses in the courtroom?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. On behalf of Ms. Monique Dillard-Bobble, any witnesses, Mr. Dillard?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Smith?
No, Judge.
Okay, thank you. You may proceed with your cross-examination.
Good morning.
Morning.
Would you, you've told the truth throughout this entire process, right?
Yes.
And when I say the entire process, what does that mean to you?
Everything that's transpired within the last year.
I'm sorry. Hold on, both of you. I'm getting a smoke signal from the court reporter. Mr. Smith, you have to keep your voice up, and Mr. Bobble, you have to keep your voice up as well. Please speak loudly into the microphone, okay?
Okay.
Thank you. That's much better. Okay, pardon my interruption. You may continue.
So, was this better for you too? Now, could you again say, what does the entire process mean to you when I say that?
Everything that's transpired within the last year.
Okay. And when you say everything that transpired, that means every time you talk to somebody,
Yes.
and when I say somebody, what does that mean to you? That means police officers?
Yes.
So when you told the police officers, each time they asked you questions about this case or what happened, you told them the truth.
Yes.
And you met with some doctors too, right?
Yes.
Not just one doctor, but probably like 5, 6, 7 doctors, right?
I don't remember.
All right. Well, you met with a lot of doctors,
Yes.
and you remember those doctors.
Not really, no.
Well, you remember that you spoke to the doctors, right?
He answered the question.
He has answered. He
Okay.
said he doesn't remember how many, but go ahead, Mr.
And-
Smith.
Judge, could we lower that shade right behind him as we look in kind of a glare? It's hard to
So
see
would
his
you like
face.
me to do it?
Oh, sure. It's hard to see him with that shade up there.
No problem. The deputy is going to be the deputy and the building maintenance shade person.
Maybe I've got some of this in here.
Is that better?
Yeah.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you. Okay, Mr. Smith.
And when you talk, Charlie, when you talk to these doctors, you told them the truth.
Yes.
And they asked you what happened, why you were in the basement, how you were feeling, all those questions that they asked you. You told them the truth.
Yes.
And you weren't confused at all.
No.
You knew what they were asking,
Yes.
and you knew what your answers were.
Yes.
And then when they found you, you said, they sat you down in the living room for a while.
Yes.
Those T-Rex and what was the other thing you did?
Juju.
Juju?
Yes.
And they asked you questions too.
Yes.
You remember that?
Yes.
And you remember that you told them the truth then too.
Yes.
You weren't confused in any way.
No.
You weren't upset in any way.
No.
You were relaxed.
Yes.
You were comfortable.
Yes.
And you spoke from the heart.
Yes.
And you told them the truth.
Yes.
And would you agree the truth doesn't change from week to week?
I don't get what you're asking.
Would you agree that the truth, if you say something today and it's the truth, if I ask you something a month from now, it's the same thing,
Yes.
it should be exactly the same, right?
Yes.
And that's what you did in this case. Each time they asked you questions, it was exactly the same answer.
Yes.
Because even today, you can remember this like it was happening right now, right?
No, not necessarily.
Well, you have a pretty clear memory today, right? I mean, you've answered all of our questions quite clearly, right?
Yes.
You've had no difficulty answering any questions, have you?
No.
And if you do have any difficulty, you always say, could you rephrase the question? You remember when you say that?
Yes.
Who taught you to say that? Could you rephrase the question? Did the prosecutor teach you that?
No.
Do you remember meeting with the prosecutor's office before this case, before you came to court today?
Yes, we like met just to like.
Mr. Boswell, you have to keep your voice up.
Yes,
I can't
we.
hear you.
Yes, we met basically to explain what was going to happen.
Right. Before you ever came to testify in this court in front of all these people and cameras, you actually sat down with this prosecutor, right?
Yes.
And that, when I say this prosecutor, could you point and indicate an article of clothing that the prosecutor you sat down with was wearing? Could you point at the person you sat down with?
Yes. Karen.
What's her?
Karen.
When you say Karen, could you point at that person? All right. And you spent a couple hours with her, did you not?
Yes.
And she went over all the things that we were going to ask you, right?
Yes.
And the things that the defense attorneys were going to ask you, correct?
Yes.
And the different statements you made on one day versus another.
Yes.
She told you made mistakes in the past before, and I want to fix those, didn't she?
I don't know if she said that. I can't remember.
No, Mr. Boswell, I can't hear what you're saying. You're gonna have to speak loudly. The court reporter can't hear you, and so I need you to speak louder.
I said I don't know if she said that. I can't remember.
You can't remember if she said that?
No.
Well, do you remember when she said, look, I think you said something different on this day to this doctor, but you didn't say it on, you said something else when you were at Kids Talk?
Your Honor, first of all, this is hearsay. Second of all, it assumes facts that aren't in evidence. And third of all, the communications between my communications are privileged communications.
Okay, Mr. Smith, I'm not really certain where you're going with this, but can we move on to my concern is how is this relevant? Let's move on, please. Hold on one second. He's going to make some adjustments with the mic because the court reporter is having a hard time hearing you and she's sitting right next to you.
I'm sorry.
So that means I'm having a hard time and the people on this side of the room are having an even harder time. So you really have to speak loud and clearly so that we all can hear you, okay?
Okay.
You have to talk louder than that.
Okay.
Louder than that.
Okay.
Thank you. I need you to keep it right there.
Thank
Sorry.
you.
Thank you.
Mr. Bothell, who else was in the room when you were talking to Karen?
Jamie.
I'm
No,
sorry?
Mr.
Jamie.
Bumble, that's not where I had it.
Keep your-
Speak louder.
Jamie.
Is Jamie a female or a male?
Female.
Okay, is anybody else in there?
No.
All right. And did Jamie ask you any questions?
Yes, I think so.
All right. And you remember you reviewed the videotapes?
No.
You did not do that?
No.
All right. Did you review the police reports?
No.
They just told you what was going to be asked of you?
Mr. Bumble, if you know the answer the question. If you don't, tell us you don't know so we can move on.
I don't know.
I'm sorry, I
I don't
didn't hear
know.
your response.
I don't know.
Okay, next question.
And after that meeting, where was the meeting at, first of all?
Upstairs on 10th floor.
Questions are relevance.
It's not relevant. Sustained. Your next question.
Well, Judge, it may be relevant later on when we talk about how the coaching was. the
It's
coaching
not
aspect
relevant
of
today.
this.
Sustained. Your next question.
All right, Mr. Bothell. You talked about being very sad that you had to live with your dad. Remember that?
Yes.
And you said you were really sad because you were isolated.
Yes.
You didn't get to do anything.
No, not really.
You basically spent 3 years in complete isolation when you're at his house, right?
Pretty much, yes.
You said also in the past at the Kid Talk interview that you never got to even go outside. Remember that?
Yes.
And you didn't have any friends.
No, I didn't.
And when you didn't have any friends, you didn't even have a girlfriend, right?
No.
And that made you extremely sad, right?
Not that, just not having any interaction with any other kids.
Not with anybody. basically what you told the people. Remember the Kids Talk interview?
Yes.
Remember that when you talked to them?
Yes.
And they had you in that little room?
Yes.
Remember you also told them about the 3 years of isolation, no friends, no outside contact? Got so bad you said you wanted to commit suicide.
Yes.
Matter of fact, because you had no friends, you weren't able to go outside for 3 years, you had no girlfriend, and you didn't get to go to school, you decided to pull out a knife, you said. You pulled out a knife one day to commit suicide.
Yes.
You went there, you opened the knife drawer, you remember that?
Yes.
And you pulled out the knife?
Yes.
But it was a dull knife, right? Because when you touched your wrist, nothing happened.
No, that's not what I said.
Did left a scar? Left a
I
mark?
can't remember.
Did it leave a mark?
I can't remember.
Keep your voice up, Mr. Bible.
I can't remember.
You can't remember if it left a mark?
No.
You can't remember if it left a scar?
No.
Okay. Which wrist was it?
I don't remember.
You don't remember which wrist?
No.
Well, how many wrists do you have?
Objection, Your Honor, it's argument.
It is sustained. Next question. He said he doesn't remember. Your next question?
Charlie, could you take a look at your left wrist, please, and see if there's any scar on your left wrist?
Yes.
There's no scar there, is there?
Yeah, there is.
There is?
Yeah.
And is that from where you touched it with the knife?
I can't remember.
Can't remember?
No.
Okay. And what does the scar look like?
Like, kind of like a small streak, sort of. I can't really describe it. It's, yeah, I guess like a tiny cut.
Counsel, Ms. Goldfarb, I'm taking a quick break. You're gonna have to talk to your witness. I cannot keep saying, you have to speak up, you have to speak loudly, you have to speak into the microphone. The court reporter is struggling. She has to be able to hear everything that he's saying. I have to be able to hear everything that he's saying. So maybe you might wanna have a quick, just talk with him, because I can't keep doing this. So we're taking a brief break for about 3 to 5 minutes.
Judge, in the meantime, during that 3 to 5 minutes, can we look at Mr. Bachel's wrist, please, the defense attorney? Thank you.
With Ms. Goldfarb.
Yep, thank you.
Go right ahead. If you need to step into the witness room, you can. Why don't you do
That's a
that?
good idea.
That's not the witness room, you come to me, this is a new room, okay?
Ladies and gentlemen, the judge is still on the bench, so remain quiet.
Brown, we have a Brown, yeah.
Okay, let's
You guys don't have an exception.
We're gonna put the German on the record now.
Okay.
Brown, step forward, please.
Go ahead. Now that fell out. Did you get the dates for?
Yeah, anytime next week, preferably Tuesday, Thursday.
This year?
Maybe Thursday, I'll be better, but Tuesday, Thursday.
That's true, so let's do Thursday. Thank you.
Just for Dwayne Brown.
The German is for, Hunt.
Oh, Hunt, I'm sorry, Hunt. No, not for Mr. Brown, I'm sorry. Your attorney is here, he's just up in another courtroom. We're waiting on him.
All right.
Hunt,
We need you to stand in for Hunt.
Let us stand in our front.
yeah, Hunt,
And what are we doing?
this attorney,
Okay, who's the attorney?
Gary Jones.
Oh, Gary Jones. Oh, Hunt, I thought Gary Jones was trying to.
No, his attorney is Mr. Wyrick. He's here, he checked in.
And the case I'm trying to find out is, I was told that Park was handled,
Yesterday.
and what day did it get?
Is it the 22nd? Was that
It
tomorrow?
was, yeah, tomorrow.
The 22nd. Second.
22nd. Thank you.
We're ready.
I can call it.
Okay, let me go ahead and call it. This is case 1557563. The people of the state of Michigan versus Ashura Hunt.
Mr. Hunt?
You stand right here. Yeah, right here. Fine.
No, stand right there.
Defendant is charged with count 1, assault with intent to murder. Count 2, assault with intent to do great bodily harm, less than murder. Count 3, assault with a dangerous weapon, felonious assault. Count 4, weapons, firearms, discharge in or at a building. Count 5, weapons, firearms, possession by felon. Count 6, weapons, felony firearm. The defendant is a habitual offender, fourth offense notice, and is present for exam.
Okay, good morning, your appearance.
Good morning, Your Honor. Lauren Ursessian on behalf of the people.
Thank you.
And James O'Donnell from Mr. Hunt, standing in for attorney of record, Gary Jones, with the client permission. Is that correct, Mr. Hunt? Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you, and good morning. Okay, today is the date and time scheduled for the examination. My staff received a call this morning from Mr. Jones indicating that he was sick and could not be here on today. And so Mr. Hunt, Mr. O'Donnell is standing in during this matter. Today was the 7th day, and so because your attorney is not here, he can't represent you, the court is going to find cause to go beyond the statutory time period, and I am going to adjourn this matter. The examination will be scheduled for, I believe, Thursday.
The
Was the
28th.
date that the parties chose?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thursday, the 28th. I'll schedule it for 8:30 a.m. Anything else on behalf of the people?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. O'Donnell, anything else?
No, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Is he here?
Mr. O'Donnell, can we do the PCC too? We'll just tell Mr. Wyrick what the date is.
Sure.
Okay, Mr. Wright? Not Wright, Mr. Brown?
Mr. Brown, step forward. How about you sit right here?
Did y'all verify that? I don't want my docket to be a mess, and I don't want it to slip through the cracks.
Is the guy in around?
Kennedy is, we don't, I don't know.
I mean, I don't want to set up a, you want? Hold on. I got the phone. I'm ready.
Okay, let me go
Yeah,
ahead and
you-
mark
yeah.
case 1557899, the people of the state of Michigan versus Dwayne Brown. Defendant is charged with count 1, weapons, firearms, possession by felon. Count 2, weapons, carrying concealed. Count 3, weapons, felony firearm. The defendant is a habitual offender, second offense notice, and is present for probable cause conference.
Okay, good morning, your appearance for the record.
Lauren Ursessian on behalf of the people, Your Honor.
Thank you.
James O'Donnell standing in for attorney of record from Young Wyrick for Mr. Brown, with Mr. Brown's permission.
Is that correct, Mr. Brown?
Yes.
Thank you, and good morning to you. Okay, this matter, well, I don't know if you, Mr. Wyrick has checked in on this morning. He's in another courtroom, and I know you've been sitting here since at least 8:30 on this morning, so I've asked Mr. O'Donnell to stand in for you, for Mr. Wyrick, with your permission. And so this matter is scheduled for examination on May 27th, 2015 at 9:00 a.m. The people have identified 2 witnesses, police officers. No witnesses have been identified on behalf of the defendant for exam purposes. So certainly if Mr. Wyrick chooses to call witnesses on your behalf, he will be allowed to do so at the time of examination. Anything else on behalf of the people?
No, Your Honor.
On behalf of the defendant?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. I'll see you on the 27th. needed to, so give me just 1 minute, please.
Okay.
The people of the state of Michigan versus Defendant 1, Monique Arnell, Dillard Rockwell, and Defendant 2, Charles.
Would you,
So good planning, we never really have to like that.
No, wait my client's appearance for the purpose of this.
Thanks for standing in for us.
I said, because they're helping me with the court case that I did.
what?
The question is, when I go upstairs, to find the right discovery in the second case, the German trial was like this.
I could do it.
All right, thank you. So, Ms. Moore.
The court is back in session. Remain seated, remain quiet.
Case 1557593, people of the state of Michigan versus Ernest Eugene Kennedy. Defendant is charged with count 1, weapons
waived?
Your Honor, at this time, people are respectfully requesting that this matter, which is set for 20 p.m. tomorrow, to be adjourned to Friday, dated May 22nd. Complaining witness has indicated that he simply is unavailable, has given reason that there is a mandatory meeting he must be at, and we are asking that this court grant us one adjournment.
Okay, Mr. O'Donnell?
Judge, I have no objection at this time, so let's change the date from 5/21 to 5/22.
Okay, at 9:00 a.m.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, now we're ready to go back on the record.
Can we approach for a moment?
Yes. I just complimented you all. I said they have not approached us.
Yeah, what did you do? Both of them. That's like that. No, you didn't do it. You did.
Okay, behave nicely.
I want to do that.
Okay, Mr. Smith, you may continue with your cross-examination of the witness.
Mr. Bothell,
Yes.
thank you for keeping your voice up. I appreciate that.
You're welcome.
All right, so let's go back to this mark on your arm, okay?
Yes.
Which wrist is it on?
My left wrist.
Your left wrist.
Yes.
So before when you said you didn't remember which wrist, remember that?
Yes.
All right, now you know which wrist it was.
Yes.
And you're telling this court that that scar on your wrist is from the knife that you used.
Objection, Your Honor, that assumes facts and not in
Sustained.
evidence, and it misstates his.
Fine.
Sustained.
Do you remember I was asking you questions about how you got the scar on your wrist?
Yes.
Remember before that all, I was asking you about your attempts to commit suicide?
Yes.
And then you said, I said, do you have a scar from when you took the knife and rubbed it on there? Remember that?
Your Honor, that is not the question he asked, Mr. Bothell.
It's
And
not sustained. Mr. Smith, he had already testified that he did not remember which wrist it was. And then you asked him to look at his left wrist, and he said that he had a mark there, a scar there. And so now you may proceed with asking questions. I don't know what those questions would be, but the way that you're characterizing the question, you're mischaracterizing his testimony.
I understand. I'll jump ahead a little bit.
All right.
Is
Please
the scar
proceed.
on your wrist from the knife that you used?
I'm not sure.
You're not sure.
No.
And when you say you're not sure, Mr. Bothell, is that because you don't want to tell us what really happened?
No, it's because I don't remember.
Because you don't remember.
Yes.
Right. So you remember taking out a knife and putting it in your arm, right?
Yes.
But you don't remember which wrist?
Yes. I remember which wrist. I just don't remember if this is the scar or not.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand your response.
I remember which wrist after you asked me. I just don't know if this is the scar or not.
Okay, but that's on your left wrist.
Yes.
There's nothing on your right wrist.
No.
So today, sitting there, when you look at your wrist, you're again not sure if that's a scar from some accident you had or if it's a scar from suicide?
No, I'm not sure.
All right. Do you remember when you attempted to commit suicide? You said you did?
Yes.
You pulled the knife out, right?
Yes.
You put it to your wrist?
Yes.
Could you show the judge what you did with the knife?
Objection, Your Honor. This is beyond any normal kind of cross-examination. He has testified both to Mr. Dillard.
I'm not certain how it's relevant, so I'm going to sustain the objection on relevancy. Mr. Smith, your next question.
Did you take the knife and put it and touch it to your wrist? Did you ever touch it to your wrist?
Yes.
And did you move it back and forth?
Objection, Your Honor, as to relevancy.
Mr. Smith, how is this relevant?
It will become very relevant as soon as we start talking about what he told the people or kids talking to FBI interviews.
Okay, but I have his testimony about him not remembering which wrist, so I need you to move it along. I'm not gonna spend the morning on a wrist.
Okay, I understand.
Your next
And his
question.
wrist is available for the court as the best evidence.
Okay, thank you.
Judge, that's a good point. We all talked about this in the break, and we would like the court to actually look at his wrist.
Did you all review
No,
his wrist?
we all did review his wrist. I think the court should review his wrist as well.
The court will now rise and go down to view Mr. Bobbles' left wrist. Okay, point to what you're talking about. Okay. All right. Thank you. Okay, you may proceed.
Is it your position? Do you remember talking? I'll move it sometime. Do you remember talking about your attempted suicide to the people that interviewed you before you came to court in those little rooms?
Yes.
The morning after.
Yes.
And you remember that you told them the exact same story you're telling us today?
I'm not sure.
Did you tell them something different than you told us today?
I don't know about
Let me ask you
exactly
this.
what I told him.
Would you agree that based on what you said before, you would have told them the truth on when they asked you questions about your wrist?
Yes.
And everything you would have said would have been the exact truth?
Yes.
And that since it was the truth, that today, the thing you said is, you're saying it is the truth today, right? What you just said was the truth about your wrist?
I just got confused with everything you just said. Could you go back a
In
little
the past, you said everything you told them in the little room was the truth.
Yes.
And today, you're testifying to the truth
Yes.
of what happened.
Yes.
You would agree that those stories should be exactly the same,
Yes.
right? There shouldn't be differences in your story.
No.
So if you say that you put the knife to your wrist today, that would be the same thing you would have told them back in the little room, right?
Mr. Bible, answer the question. If you don't know the answer, please
I'm not.
tell us so that we
I'm
can
not
move on
sure.
to the next question.
I'm not sure to exactly what you're asking me. It's a bit confusing.
Keep your voice up. I'm sorry, I don't think the court reporter got the response.
It's a bit confusing for me.
Okay, I'm gonna slow it down for you, all right?
Okay.
You said repeatedly that you told the truth to the people in the little room the morning after you were found. Remember
Yes.
that? They took you from the hospital and they took you to a little room and they gave you an interview.
Yes.
And then later on, they give you another interview. Remember that? There's 2 interviews?
The date I remember was only one interview.
Because only one interview?
I think so. Yes.
Okay. And in the interview, or that you remember,
Yes.
you said you told the truth.
Yes.
And remember at the very beginning of this whole thing, I said the truth doesn't change?
Yes.
What does that mean to you when I say the truth doesn't change?
I mean, it's pretty much the same thing every time.
Can't hear you.
It's pretty much the same answer every time.
And you would agree that you're a truthful person, right?
Yes.
And in your past, in the 13 years you've been alive, you've told the truth, right?
No, not all the time. I've told some lies, yes.
You told some lies?
Yes.
But not about big things, right?
Your Honor, I don't know how he can define what is big
I'll
in
strike the
relation
question.
to Mr.
Mr.
Smith.
Smith, can we ask some relevant questions?
We're getting there.
No, I need you to be there, not
Okay.
get there. Let's be there. Relevant. Your next question.
So, what I'm trying to ask you is, what you said in the past to the people in the room is the same as what you said today. Right?
He's been answered the question.
Sustained, asked
said-
and answered several times. Your next question.
Do you remember telling them in the little room where you were interviewed that your wrist looked the same after you attempted to commit suicide?
No, I don't remember that.
Do you disagree with that?
No, I just don't remember.
Do you remember telling them that you thought about it but didn't want to do it, so didn't actually try to commit suicide?
No, I don't remember that.
If you told them that you didn't actually want to do it and you did not do it, would that be different than what you testified today when you said that you put the knife to your wrist and moved it back and forth?
I never said that.
Objection, that assumes facts that were not testified to.
Sustained. Your next question.
Now, you talked about isolation. Remember that?
Yes.
And you talked about no friends.
Yes.
And you talked about no girlfriend.
Yes.
And when you talk about the fact that you had no girlfriend, you're telling the court the truth today, right?
Yes.
And do you ever put things on YouTube
No.
in the past?
No.
You never accessed YouTube?
Yes, I have access, but I don't think I've ever put anything on YouTube.
How about Twitter?
Yes.
Is this YouTube? Do you remember posting something on November 30th, 2013 that said, was it,
Posting where, Your Honor?
on YouTube? You remember posting a video?
Objection, Your Honor. If he's going to show an exhibit to a witness, he needs to provide it to the defense, to the people, a copy. If the defense has something, they need to provide it to the people, give us an opportunity to
Have you
observe it.
allowed the
No,
to observe
no,
it?
he's not.
I'm going to ask him some questions to see if I'm even going to utilize the document. And if I do, I'll show the prosecutor before I
Go ahead
post
and
it.
proceed.
So, do you remember posting a video back on November 30th, 2013 regarding Justin Timberlake?
No.
All right. Do you remember commenting on the video that said that my ex...
Objection, Your Honor. He cannot read from a document that he's not provided to the people, and it's a
Don't read
hearsay
from the
document.
document.
Gee, what rule says I can't
You
use
It's
the document?
hearsay.
You can ask the question.
I'm gonna ask the
Ask your
I'll
question.
look at
Go
my
ahead,
doc-
Mr. Smith.
all right.
Ask your question.
Do you remember in that posting that you talked about your girlfriend and trying to fucking drive me off a cliff after we had makeup sex? Do you remember
No.
that? You never said
I've
that?
never said that.
Never.
That's no.
Okay. And your name is Charlie Bothell the Fifth, right?
Mm-hmm.
Say yes.
Yes.
And you did have. Are you saying you never ever posted anything on YouTube?
Yes, I am saying that.
Never.
Never.
Okay.
Yes, you may let the record reflect that you've shown people what you're attempting to approach with. You may proceed.
No, I don't remember this.
Take a look at it closely.
I'm looking at it. I don't remember this.
Keep your voice up.
I don't remember this.
Okay, Mr. Smith, you said you don't remember. Thank you.
Are you denying that you actually posted this particular document on YouTube?
Objection, Your Honor. He's answered
He
the
has
question.
sustained.
When you say I don't remember this, what does that mean to you?
I'm saying like.
Keep your voice up. I
I'm
can't
saying
hear you.
I've never done that before. Like I've never written that ever. Like, I don't know where that's from, so I can't. I don't know where that's from.
Hold on. I need to be clear. When I'm talking, you can't start answering while I'm talking because now the record is really convoluted. Mr. Bothwell, I need you to keep your voice up. I really do. And so when I interject and say I can't hear you, don't start talking until I finish talking. I really need to hear you. And pardon me if I sound frustrated, but we've gone through this now for 3 days, and I need you to speak up. I don't know anything else we can do with that microphone other than put it right into your mouth, and I don't want you to have to testify that way. So sit up, and speak loudly and clearly so that we can understand you. Pardon my interruption. Mr. Smith, your next question.
Charlie, you do have a YouTube account, correct?
No.
You do not?
No, I don't.
So, do you have an email address? Did you have an email address back in 2013, 2014?
Yes.
And was your email cbothelv@gmail.com?
I think so. I'm not sure.
Well, you do remember sending emails back and forth between you and your mom quite frequently, right?
Yes.
So, when you say that you don't, is it that you don't remember that you had a YouTube account, or is you just? I'm sorry to make this. I have to make it clear because I'm not understanding you. I apologize. Your statement to this court today is that you have never had a YouTube account whatsoever.
Yes, I am.
And you do have a Twitter account, though, right? You remember that? You already said that earlier.
Yes.
And you posted things in the Twitter account. Do you remember that?
No, I've never posted anything, but I follow people like my brother.
I cannot
I've
hear
never
you.
I've never posted anything, but I have followed people though.
Have you ever retweeted anything on Twitter?
No.
Have you ever posted anything about your girlfriend on Twitter?
No.
That you went on cross-country trips?
No.
Together?
No.
You remember posting on April 16, 2014 from your Twitter account that you need advice, everybody, that you have the best girlfriend, but you want to date other girls?
No.
And you love, I'm starting to lose the feeling I've cheated, but I haven't cheated. Do you remember that?
No.
Do you remember posting that, yeah, I'm not going to, because I love her way too much?
Mr. Smith, I'm sorry. The witness has already testified that he hasn't posted anything on Twitter. So if you are reading or asking questions about Twitter postings, he's already indicated he hasn't posted anything on Twitter.
Can I
He
coach
hasn't
you?
retweeted anything on Twitter.
I'm gonna.
So no, we're not about to go through a whole bunch of if your girlfriend leave you and marry your dog. We're not doing that. He's already said he has not posted on Twitter. Next question.
May I approach the witness?
Yes, please show the people what you're attempting to approach with.
I'd ask that the defense provide copies
We
to
will.
people.
Do you,
May I approach?
how many pages is it?
It's 2 pages.
Ms. Richardson, can you please make copies so that they're able to follow along?
You need to use the restroom?
Yes, I do. I have to just do it real quick.
What?
I have to use the restroom real quick.
Okay. Can you use the restroom real quick?
Absolutely.
Do you need a key?
we ready?
Yes, thanks,
Okay,
Judge.
wonderful. We are back on the record. You may proceed, Mr. Smith.
Mr. Bothell, you already acknowledged your Twitter account, right? 2014. Remember that?
Yes.
And your Twitter account was CJ Detroit Boy. Remember that?
Can't hear you.
I don't remember the name, but I know I have one.
Do you have one right now too?
No.
You don't have one right now?
No.
Okay. And I'm going to approach you with some documents I want to take a look at and see if that refreshes your recollection as your postings in April.
Okay.
In what month?
April 16th, around that time, 2014.
I don't remember that.
I didn't hear you.
I don't remember those.
You don't remember those because you never had a Twitter account, is that right?
Objection, Your Honor, that is not
I'm sorry, strike that.
testimony.
Strike that.
It's stricken.
You
Your
don't,
next
I'm sorry.
question.
You don't remember that? You don't remember making those posts?
No, I don't.
All right. Are you saying that you don't remember, but you could have made those posts?
No, I'm saying I never made those posts.
You never flat out made those posts?
Yes.
Can you tell us who else might be using Charlie Bothell the fifth as because that's on there too, right? You're saying somebody else is using your name, or is that's not your account?
I'm not sure.
You're not sure if that's your account?
No, I'm not saying. Yeah, I'm just not saying. I'm not sure.
I can't hear you, John.
I'm saying I'm not sure if anyone else was using it. I don't know. I don't know.
You don't know if someone else is using your name in your account?
No, I don't.
Do you think somebody else posted that on your name in your account? Are you disputing that that's your name in your account?
I don't get what you're saying.
Are you disputing that Twitter account is yours?
Like, are you saying that I'm saying like it's not mine? That's
Correct. Are you saying that that particular account that's on those documents is not your Twitter account?
No, it is my Twitter account, but I never made those posts.
Okay, all right. So now you recognize that as your Twitter account, right?
Yes.
Right. But your position is that may I see those documents? Your position. It's like to move to have that admitted. He's now admitted that that's his account, and it's for impeachment purposes.
Your Honor, there is no, the fact that he had a Twitter account
Let me continue
does
on.
not
I strike that. I'm gonna move
make
on.
this impeachment at all.
Okay, so you're not seeking to have it admitted?
Not yet. Not yet.
Okay, he's not seeking to have it admitted. Mr. Smith?
Okay, let's take a look at your account now on those two pages. That you just said is your account. All right?
Okay.
Let's go to the second page of the pictures on it. This is your account, but you said that you didn't say the words, you didn't tweet the words.
Objection, this is hearsay.
It's not hearsay, it's his account.
It doesn't matter if it's his account, it's hearsay.
How could it not be?
He can testify as to whether or not he, and I don't know what your question was going to be,
Posted.
as to what he posted in that Twitter account, if he posted it.
All right. All right. You've just told the judge, first you told the judge that it wasn't your account, and you didn't know about your account.
Ask a question. No, we're not doing a summary. Ask a question.
Now, looking at your account, page 2 of that document, are you saying that you never posted the words, yet I'm not going to, because I love her way too much, not in between her legs, I love her, or used to, I guess I need help, I'm desperate. You see that, the second one down?
Yes.
All right, are you saying that somebody else accessed your account and posted that?
I'm not sure.
You could have posted that, correct?
No.
You definitely remember not posting that?
Yes.
So that's somebody else then must have accessed your account. Is that what you're saying?
Counsel, he's already testified. He didn't post it. He doesn't know if somebody else wants it. Let's move on.
Okay. Can you name any people that have access to your, can you name anyone that has access to your Twitter account?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm
It calls
allowing
for
it.
speculation.
He can testify as to what he knows. Do you know if anybody has access to your Twitter account?
No, I don't.
Okay.
Thank you. Next
Yeah.
question.
The number three on that line. Do you recognize your posting where you said, need advice everybody, I have the best GF, which I'm assuming means girlfriend, but I want to date other girls I love, but I'm starting to lose that feeling, haven't cheated. Did you post that?
No.
Do you know who did?
No.
Could you take a look at the rest of them? There's like 5 more posts down there and a couple retweets. Yeah. Did you post any of that?
No.
Do you know who did?
No.
You just said that you don't have a current Twitter account, right?
Yes.
May I approach?
You may, let the record reflect that you've shown the people what you're attempting to approach.
Can you take a look at that phone there and tell me if that's not your picture on your Twitter account? That's that posts that are dated this year in March.
I don't even have Twitter on my phone. So
Can't hear you.
I don't even have Twitter on my phone. So
You don't need Twitter to be on your phone. It can be on your computer.
I don't have a computer access.
So that's not you either. Somebody put your picture on there? Is that your picture?
No.
That's not you? Mr. Bothell, that's not you?
Oh, we're not
Zoom
gonna
in
have two
somehow.
attorneys approach the witness.
No,
Do
I'm just
counsel.
unlocking it.
Okay.
Mr. Bothell, do you recognize the person in that picture?
Yes.
Is that you?
Yes.
Okay. So may I approach the court? Show the court. All right, we'll straighten that.
Well, Mr. Dillon would like to see it.
Okay. Can you go back to where the two? So that's your so you're telling the court today that you don't have a Twitter. That's not your Twitter account, but that is your picture on that Twitter account.
Yes, I had an Instagram account with that picture.
Okay, so you're saying that somebody else, somebody else other than you, opened up a Twitter account, and put your picture up there.
Could have. I don't know.
Could have?
I didn't hear you.
They could have. I don't know.
Okay. None of those posts on there were posted by you.
No.
And you have an Instagram account, you said.
I did. I deleted it though.
When did you delete it?
I think like last year.
You talked extensively with the people in the little room about that your favorite singer was Justin Timberlake. Do you remember that?
No, I
You
don't
didn't say that?
remember.
Never said that?
I'm not saying I never said that. I just don't remember.
You do like Justin Timberlake, right?
Some of the stuff, yes.
I mean, you like Justin Bieber though too, right?
Yes.
You really like Justin Bieber, right?
Sort of.
All right. Do you remember tweeting him happy 21st birthday to the King of the Pop?
No.
Never did that. Right? I'm sorry, I missed something. When did you say you deleted your Instagram account?
Around last year.
Last year?
Yes.
In 2014?
Yes.
Why'd you delete it?
Because.
Objection as to relevance.
How is that relevant, counsel?
Well, it might be relevant that he was trying to hide some information he posted on Instagram from everyone else.
Answer the question, Mr. Bothell. Why did you delete the account?
because people were starting to recognize who I was, and they were asking questions. And so I deleted it because I was getting tired of people questioning me about, what we're talking about here today.
Now,
Okay.
Madam Gordon, did you get that answer? Okay, thank you. I'll have to read it. Mr. Smith?
would it be fair to say that you keep track of your Twitter account in the past?
No, I don't think so.
Just like you kept track of your Instagram?
No, it's not fair to say that because I didn't have much freedom to keep track of my Instagram account as much as my Twitter.
So you had more freedom to keep track of your Twitter account?
No, my Instagram account, not my Twitter.
You had more freedom for your Instagram, but not
Yes.
for your Twitter?
Yes.
Okay. How does that work? You used a computer to access both, right?
No, you can't. I use an iPad, and then when I got a cell phone, I use my cell phone to keep track of my Instagram.
Okay. Because you didn't have a cell phone when you were with your dad, right?
No.
They took it away from you
Yes.
because you were acting poorly.
Yes.
But when you got to your mom's house, you got your cell phone.
Yes.
All right. Now, you testified extensively here about the fact that you were in the basement for 11 days. Remember all that?
Yes.
I don't want to go over all of it because you've gone over it several times, but your position is that Monique, your stepmother, told you to go in the basement, and you stayed there for 11 days without leaving.
Yes.
Right? And when I say without leaving, what does that mean?
I never left the house.
Okay, never left the house.
No.
And you also testified that because of the fact that you were isolated in the basement and there was no toilet down there, you urinated in the drain.
Yes.
Right? You can remember that, right?
Yes.
Because that was something that was difficult for you to deal with, right?
Yes.
Very stressful, that urinating in the drain.
Yes.
And you also testified that to make matters worse, you couldn't go number 2 or poop in the basement, right?
Yes.
So you had to go upstairs.
Yes.
And you would wait till people left to go upstairs.
Yes.
And once they all left and you went upstairs, the bathroom was on the second floor, right?
Yes.
So you would go up to the first floor and then actually go up more steps to the second floor.
Yes.
And go in the bathroom, right?
Yes.
And lock the door.
Can't say that I locked the door.
And you shut the door.
Yes.
And you go to the bathroom.
Yes.
And you had to sit there for a little while to go to the bathroom, I'm assuming, right?
I don't remember.
All right. And you testified to that on direct when Karen asked you questions, right? Prosecutor?
I don't think so.
You don't remember telling us that before?
I can't remember.
Objection, Your Honor. This calls for hearsay, number 1. Number 2, it's not relevant. It is absolutely irrelevant.
Mr. Smith, I'm just going to ask you to please cross-examine the witness with your questions.
Okay.
Please, your
Now,
next question.
how many times did you go up? You went up to go to the bathroom in 11 days, probably like 10 times. Is it fair to say?
No.
5 times?
Maybe less than that.
Maybe less than that? But you went upstairs nonetheless. You remember going upstairs to go, and I'm going to use the word you use, which is to go poop, right?
Yes.
Now, do you remember testifying, or not testifying, do you remember talking to the people in that little room I told you about?
Yes.
And you remember them asking you about?
I'd ask, Your Honor, I'd ask him to clarify, since he's referred to the prosecutor's interview as a little room, he's referred to
Okay, thank
kids'
you.
talk as a little room,
Please,
everything.
Ms. Goldbar, thank you. Please clarify for the record. Mr. Smith?
Kids talk.
Okay.
Remember that?
Yes.
And they asked you about how you went to the bathroom. Do you remember that?
They might have. I'm not sure if they asked me or not.
You're not sure?
No.
Now, you said you don't remember what they asked you when you went to the kids' talk.
Yes.
But you do remember the kids' talk interview, right?
Yes.
I have a transcript of the interview. Would you like to see it to help you refresh your recollection?
Objection, Your Honor, because they have a transcript. They have not provided it. They asked me last time we were in court, do I have a transcript, and I did not.
We just got it yesterday. I just got it yesterday.
Well, counsel, certainly you're not going to attempt to use a transcript with the witness, and you have not even provided the people with that
I'm going to show her.
transcript.
I'm going to show her the page. That's all I'm going to do.
But
That's what they've done in the past when they didn't give us discovery right at the very
Well, you
beginning.
should have brought that up. Now, I'm not doing this romper room stuff today.
Well,
So I don't, you didn't bring it up on the record, I'm not addressing what they did, unless you brought it up. So now, you've indicated that you have not given them the opportunity to review a
Here,
transcript.
I
have no idea who
It's right
created this
there.
transcript. Nothing about it.
Judge,
Nothing.
it's their video. They've looked at it a number of times. It's a transcript from a
Ms.
certified court
Goldfarb, take
reporter.
the opportunity to look at the transcript.
I underlined it for her.
Me, you never even gave it to me. How
I
could you
just
underline
underlined it for her to make it easy.
Your Honor, I have no reason to dispute the transcript that I can see at this point, but I would ask that if they have something that they're using for impeachment, even if I have the video, he asked me if I had a transcript. I do not. I did not. The people, and I would ask that they provide a copy.
If Mr. Smith, when can you provide a copy of that transcript?
I can email it to her right now.
Okay, would you have someone email that transcript right now?
Log on to that.
And then certainly you have another copy that you can use, so Ms.
I do.
Goldfarb is able to follow along as you examine the witness.
Exactly.
Okay?
Thank
You may
you, Judge.
proceed. Let the record reflect, however, that Ms. Goldfarb does have a hard copy in her possession at this time, and that defense counsel will email a copy on today, right now, to Ms. Goldfarb. Mr. Smith, you may proceed with your questions.
Thank you. May I approach?
Yes, you may.
6 through 9. Take a look at that. Mr. Bottrell?
Yes.
They did ask you questions about going number 2, right? See that?
Yes.
And you gave them answers that you said before were the truth?
Yes.
And you told them something different than what you said on direct examination and today, earlier. Do you agree with that?
Yes, I saw it.
I'm sorry? I can't
Yes,
hear
I
you.
saw it.
Yeah, you have to speak up, sir.
Yes, I saw it.
Yes, you saw what? That you said something completely different to the...
Objection, Your Honor. That's not, that mischaracterizes.
Strike, I'll strike this
Ms.
word.
Strickland, your question.
Did you say, yes, you noticed that you said something different, correct?
I know there's something typed different
Can't
there.
hear
I
you.
know there's something typed different there.
I cannot.
I
hear
know
you.
there's something typed different there.
Okay, so in other words, you notice that on those papers, the words that are typed are different than what you testified under oath in court to about going to the bathroom.
Yes.
In fact, they had asked you about going to the bathroom, and you said, I haven't gone to the bathroom in 10 days. As a matter of fact, the first time I went to the bathroom was this morning, which was at the hospital. Correct?
I'm not sure.
Isn't that what it says? That the first time you went to the bathroom in 10 days was this morning?
Yes.
And this morning meant that when that interview was taken was one day after you left the hospital, or the morning you left the hospital, right?
Yes.
So you told that lady, which you said was the truth earlier, that you hadn't gone to the bathroom in 10 days, correct? Is that correct?
I'm not sure.
I can't
I'm
hear
not
you.
sure.
Why don't you take a look at it again? Did you tell her? You grab a piece of paper again. Look at line number 7.
Okay.
You said, and I hadn't pooped in 10 days until ... Actually, I just did number 2 downstairs for the first time. Did you say, does that piece of paper say that you said that?
Yes, it does.
Now, would you remember saying that?
No.
Would you agree that that is completely different than what you testified to under oath in court?
Yes.
And then on July 1st, 2014, which is, sorry, what was the date on that? Can you look at the first page of that? Tell me what the date is on that? That you were there?
On this one?
No, go to the very first page. Would you agree that that paper says you were interviewed by those people on June 26th, 2014?
Yes.
No, Your Honor,
I'm sorry.
the transcript is inaccurate. It says 2015.
I'm sorry, I apologize. So it's July 26th. Do you remember that date?
Yes.
June 25th. Now,
What is,
you were.
wait, Your Honor, what is the question? Because this transcript says, on Thursday, June 26, 2015, commencing at 9:30 a.m. That's what the transcript says. I'm asking, what is his question to the witness?
I'm striking the question.
Okay, Strickland.
Now, you would dispute that you had an interview with those people the morning after you left, the morning that you left the hospital, right?
No.
And that was June 26, 2014. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Now, on July 1st, sometime around there, you went back again for another interview. You remember that? This time it was really cold. You were really cold in the room. Remember that? You started out by saying, I'm freezing. It's really cold in here. It was an FBI interview. Remember that?
Yes.
Okay, you remember the FBI interview?
Yes.
All right. And you remember that they, what page is it? Remember they asked you about going to the bathroom. Do you remember that?
No.
You don't remember that?
No.
Now let's talk about you got to get a blanket and a pillow. Remember that?
Yes.
How did you get the blanket and the pillow?
I can't remember.
You can't remember what you testified to last time?
No.
Do you remember the prosecutor asking you questions about how you got the blanket and the pillow?
Yes.
Okay, do you remember what your answers were?
No.
Do you have a memory today as you sit here as to how you got the blanket and the pillow?
No, I can't remember.
You can't remember?
No.
Do you remember testifying that Monique brought it down to you? And made a little spot for you? Had a blanket and a pillow for you?
Yeah, Your Honor, objection. First of all, I don't know what he's talking about. He's saying it. So that and it, in my view, refers to one item. He's talking about two items here.
Okay, so clarify for the record, Mr. Smith.
Okay, we'll break it down in one. Do you remember testifying that your stepmother, Monique, right, took you down in the basement and gave you a blanket, put you in that and set a spot for you? You remember that?
I could have. I'm not sure.
Can't hear you.
I could have. I'm not sure.
You could have, but you're not sure.
Yes.
Do you remember also testifying on direct? You know what direct examination is?
Yes.
What is direct examination?
When my attorney asked me the questions.
When your attorney asked you the questions?
Yes.
Who's your attorney?
It's so far.
Myself. So you know what that means, right?
Yes.
All right. So when I say, do you remember talking about that on direct? You don't remember.
No.
You could have said it, but you just don't remember today.
Yes.
Okay. If someone said that you told them that I got the blanket myself.
Objection, Your Honor. That is an improper impeachment. You can't impeach by someone said.
I'll start the question. Okay. Do you recall ever telling anybody at the FBI interview that you got the blanket yourself?
Objection, Your Honor. They have a transcript. If they're going to impeach, we want to refresh his recollection, they can refresh his recollection. Or
Go ahead, Mr. Smith.
Do you recall telling them at the FBI interview around July 1st, 2014 that you got the blanket yourself? You went up when they weren't there and you got the blanket?
No.
Right. You ready?
Yes.
Okay. Do you see there in that transcript that you indicated that you got the blanket yourself when you went upstairs?
Yes.
And that you also got a pillow yourself from the den upstairs?
Yes.
Thank you. You can set that down. Now, you also testified on direct examination of these workouts that you were doing. Remember the elliptical?
Yes.
And it was like 4,000 revolutions, right?
Yes.
And how many push-ups was it?
I think 100.
I'm sorry?
I think 100.
And I can't remember what else. You had to do crunches or something? What else did you have to do? You tell me.
Sit-ups, tricep curls, and bicep curls.
The bicep curls were with how how much weight?
20.
20?
Yeah.
And how many did you do usually? If you can recall.
I think it was 5 or 10 on each arm.
5 or 10 each arm?
Yeah.
And you said the workout would take you roughly 2 hours. You know that?
Yes.
One moment, Charlie. And how much time in the 2 hours was spent doing the elliptical?
Sometimes 30 minutes and sometimes an hour.
I'm sorry?
Sometimes 30 minutes and sometimes an hour.
Okay. So you do the same amount, but sometimes it would take double the time?
No, it would change. But my time would change sometimes.
Right. Sometimes you would go do it faster, and sometimes you do it slower.
No, I'm saying the time would get changed sometimes. My workout never stayed, it never stayed the exact same. Like, some things would change. Like, some things were either added or taken away.
But no matter what, you were told to do this for 2 hours and spend 2 hours doing all this stuff.
Yes.
And that was a long time.
Yes.
To work out for a kid that was 12, 13 years old, right?
Yes.
Correction, Your Honor, he was 11 and 12.
11 and 12.
Okay, thank you.
Right?
Yes.
Do you recall being in the little room? We're going to call it the Kids Talk interview, right? That's the first interview.
Yes.
Remember?
Yes.
So is it okay if we call that the Kids Talk interview?
Yes.
And the one you did after that, we'll call it the FBI interview.
Yes.
Do you recall being asked questions about your workout on the Kids Talk interview? Page 43, lines 10 through 14. You recall that?
No.
May I approach?
Yes, you may.
Mr. Baffa?
Yes.
They asked you about your workout, right?
Yes.
And you answered them, you told them that you did the 200 sit-ups, right?
Yes.
And you did 100 jumping jacks?
Yes.
You lifted 20-pound weights?
Yes.
You did 20 on each arm?
Yes.
And you tried to do 5,000 revolutions?
Yes.
And then you said, but mostly it takes like 50 minutes, right? Something like that.
Yes.
That's what you said, right?
Yes.
So when you talk to the Kids Talk people and they asked you for the first time about your interview, your response was, it takes basically less than an hour to do all this. Right?
No, it doesn't take less than an hour. It takes well over an hour.
Well, today you said 2 hours. Would you agree with that?
Your Honor, I object. He's mischaracterizing. I try to do 5,000 revolutions. It mostly takes like 50 minutes, something like that.
That's what it said.
So that's correct. So this is mischaracterizing his testimony about an entire workout as opposed to the revolutions on an elliptical.
So then, counsel, I'm going to sustain that objection and clarify the record. You can't take one little piece and then mischaracterize the testimony.
Could you open up page, thank you, Judge. May I go back and try to?
Yes, please do.
Could you open up the page again, page 43?
Okay.
Okay, do you see line 8 where they ask you the question, tell me about your workout, like every morning you work out, what do you do?
Yes.
Was that the question?
Yes.
And your answer started on line 10?
Yes.
And you said I do 100 push-ups?
No, that's not, you said 100 push-ups.
Okay, you said, quote, 100 push-ups, correct?
Yes.
200 sit-ups,
Yes.
100 jumping jacks,
Yes.
I lift 20-pound weights,
Yes.
I do 20 on each arm,
Yes.
and then I would do the elliptical machine for, well, I try to do 5,000 revolutions.
Yes.
Okay? And you said, but mostly takes like 50 minutes, something like that. Is that what you said?
Yes.
Now, when you said that, it was in response to her asking you about your entire workout, correct?
I'm not sure.
Well, did you, looking back at it, is a refresher or recollection that she said, tell me about your workout? She does ask that question, right?
Yes.
And part of your answer was, but mostly takes like 50 minutes. Is that what your answer said?
That was the end of the answer after referring to, well, I try to do 5,000 revolutions.
No, I'm sorry.
I've heard the testimony.
Give
We're
whatever
gonna
way
move
you-
on.
what-
I'll give it the appropriate way.
I understand.
Thank you.
Thanks, Judge. Now, these workouts that you did, if you didn't finish them, you said on direct that you get a whooping, right?
Yes.
And you get the whooping with what?
A PVC pipe.
All right? Okay. This is the FBI. Now, could you pull the other transcript out? FBI interview? It's the one with our.
Yes.
On page 20?
Which transcript are you?
The FBI interview.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Could you look down at lines, now that you're familiar with how this works, can you find line 14
Yes.
to 25? And then we're going to go over on to page 21.
Okay.
Could you take a look at that?
Okay.
Did you read through that section?
Yes.
From 14 to 25 and then on to the next page? Just the top 2 lines?
Okay.
Now, in the FBI interview, they asked you about your workout, right?
Yes.
On line 14 where it starts?
Yes.
You agree with that?
Yes.
Your Honor, it does not start on line 14.
That's
It
where
it doesn't. Well, yeah, you can want
That's
to
where I'm
start in
starting.
the middle of his testimony, but it's not going to be complete.
Okay.
you should get on
You'll
direct, she
have
can do
the
what she
opportunity
wants.
to redirect, but
Right.
no, Mr. Smith, don't indicate that you're starting at the beginning of the testimony. You're not. You're in the middle of it or somewhere along the lines of the testimony.
transcripts available to the court as well, so you'll be able to take a look at it?
Absolutely. But we're gonna make the record clear today, because the
Right.
court does not have the transcripts right now. So you may continue.
All right, well,
On line 14 through 16, let's just concentrate on that.
Okay.
Right? They're talking to you about your workout, correct?
objection, Your Honor. They are not talking specifically about the workout. They're talking about, and it says right on line 7, on the elliptical. Yeah. So, and then they're talking about the elliptical
If I could finish
portion
the
of
question,
the
I would have
workout.
said that. I was trying to get into that part. of the
Finish the question.
All right. Talking about your workout, specifically the elliptical, correct?
Yes.
And when they say, I'm not sure I would make even 100, what were they talking about there on line 14? Was that the questioner saying, I'm not sure I can even do 100? Is that your recollection?
Objection, Your Honor. He's asking him
Strike the
to
question.
speculate
Strike
about
it.
part of something someone else commented.
Next question.
You testify that you sometimes don't complete your workout. On direct, you testify you don't complete your workout, correct?
Yes.
And that when you don't complete your workout, that's not completing your elliptical, is what you were trying to say, correct? She would monitor, in other words, I'm going to continue with the question. She would monitor, she being your stepmother, would monitor and make sure you did 4,000. And if you didn't, she sometimes would take a picture. You said that on direct. Do you remember that?
I think so. I'm not sure.
Okay. And when you said earlier that you got a whooping if you didn't complete your workout, that means you didn't complete also your elliptical, right?
Yes.
Right? So let's just concentrate on the elliptical.
Okay.
If you didn't complete the elliptical, you would get a whooping, correct?
Yes.
If you didn't complete the elliptical in under an hour, you would get a whooping.
Yes.
And in fact, you did get whoopings for not completing it under an hour, right? That was your testimony.
Objection, Your Honor. Testimony from
Strike the
what?
question.
Stricken. It's stricken.
You did.
Next question.
You did in fact get a whooping when you did not complete your elliptical. You just said that, right?
Yes.
Right. And you also got whoopings when you didn't complete your elliptical by doing it in under an hour, right?
Yes.
And do you remember how many times you got beat with the PVC pipe when you did not complete the elliptical in under an hour?
No.
Was it more than once?
I'm not sure.
Okay. But you do recall it happening at some point.
Yes.
And you're telling us the truth about that, right?
Yes.
Now take that page back out, please. Page 20. Do you have it up?
Yes.
On line 18, the last question. You see where she says, what happens if you take longer than an hour? Is that question?
Yes.
And your answer was, I have to do it again until I get it under an hour, which I make sure I didn't do so. Is that what your answer? That's what it says on the piece of paper?
Yes.
And then the next question was, has that happened? And has that happened refers to the question above, which has it happened that you got not finished your elliptical in under an hour? Correct?
Yes.
And your answer was, what was your answer?
No.
And then her question was, no, that will never? And you said?
No.
And then her next question on the next page, top. Has it ever happened, she says to you. What was your answer?
No.
And she says, okay, so you've gotten them done under an hour. And your answer was?
Yes.
So Charlie, you said you told the FBI the truth, right?
Yes.
And based on what we just read, it appears that you've never, ever failed to complete your elliptical workout, correct? That's what you told them. Do you agree with that?
Yes.
And if you've never ever failed to complete your elliptical workout, then you certainly would have been hit with a PVC pipe. Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
We're going to move on to food. Now, now you remember on direct testimony? You remember what direct is, right?
Yes.
And Mr. Bothell, on direct, you said that your stepmother brought you food down in the basement. Do you remember that?
No.
All right. Do you remember being in the basement, Charlie?
Yes.
And do you remember your stepmother bringing you down food?
Can't hear you. Mr. Bible, did you answer the question?
I think so. Yes.
She brought you down food?
Yes, I think so.
What did she bring you down?
I'm not sure.
So did you ever tell anybody ever? I'm sorry.
Your Honor,
Strike that.
that's in-
Strike that. Do you remember the
It's
kids?
stricken.
Do you remember the kids talking to me?
I don't know what we struck, but okay. Go
Well,
ahead,
I
your
was-
next question.
I'm just trying to speed things along. Do you remember the kids talking to you?
Yes.
Do you remember meeting? We talked about that. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Remember them talking to you about the food?
No.
You remember saying that nobody ever brought you any food down?
I don't remember saying that, no.
Did you hear that, Miss?
Do you remember when you talked to the FBI and they asked you about food?
I don't remember, no.
I can't hear you.
I'm just gonna ask if he could possibly provide a page, then maybe we could
will.
He's
properly
not
I'm not there
seeking to impeach him at this moment. He's just asking a question. Do you remember telling the FBI about the food, Mr. Bothell?
No, I don't
I need
remember.
you to speak loudly. Mr. Smith,
May I grab a transfer?
you may.
We're gonna come back to the food thing, all right?
Okay.
I want to talk to you about last time you testified. Mr. Diller was asking about whether or not you tried to poison your family. Remember that?
Yes.
And you said, I think I wasn't here, but I heard you said that you didn't do that.
Yes.
In other words, you didn't mix cleaning solutions on the sponges
No.
and put them on stuff.
No.
Never did that.
No.
Before we get to that, I'm gonna show you what is your signature on the top of a document. And I'm gonna ask you to see-
Objection, again, he has not
It's in
provided
this
any
cover.
document.
It's in Discovery.
No, this is not in discovery, that is not true.
Counsel, you did not provide that information to Ms. Goldfire.
I believe it was in Discovery.
Is it one sheet of paper?
It's one sheet of paper with his signature on the top. That says
It's
one.
not in Discovery.
Can you please, Ms. Richardson?
I
To
guess I
manage
didn't get
this
to read it.
classroom properly today. Can you please give the sheet to my clerk so that she can make a copy?
Okay, thanks.
Make 2 copies of it, please.
3 copies. Face us, please.
Oh, he's been the best thing. We'll get the start today. We'll get started. You've been the best behaved in the classroom. Okay, are we ready to proceed?
Yes, Judge.
Now, you all are not over there making other copies too, right?
No, we got it.
With the government's equipment and resources. Let the record reflect that defense counsel is giving the people a copy.
Just trying to get some. May I approach?
Yes, you may.
Thank you. Mr. Boswell, could you take a look at those documents, sir? Could you just look at the top of it? If you recognize that as your signature, just acknowledge it on each one of those 2 pages.
Yes.
That is your signature?
Yes.
And that's just past homework that you did, right? So you recognize that? You recognize the homework too, or no?
No.
You dispute that that's your signature on that homework?
No, I don't dispute it's not my signature.
I didn't
Yes,
hear
keep
you.
No, I don't dispute that it's not my signature.
So you're able to recognize your signature from looking at a piece of paper, correct?
Yes.
That's what you just did, correct?
Yes.
All right. Now, Now, you said you have no recollection of attempting to poison your family, right?
Yes.
Do you recall writing a note to your family on
Counsel, I'm sorry, that was not his testimony.
I'm asking.
No, no, no.
Oh.
Your question was, you have no recollection of poisoning your family. That was not his testimony.
He doesn't remember.
He testified he did.
Oh, he didn't poison, that's right. I
So
apologize.
I can't let you go on.
I apologize. That was kind of that was loose. They were concentrating something else. Mr. Bothell,
Yes.
you want to take a break? Are you tired?
No, we can keep going.
Sure. All right.
We didn't hear your response.
Oh, yes, we can keep going.
I'm sorry?
We can keep going.
Okay, thank you.
You said you definitely did not poison your family.
Yes.
So therefore, you would not have written an apology letter, right?
No.
For something you didn't do.
No.
May I approach?
Yes, you may. Please make sure Ms. Goldfarb has seen what you're approaching with.
She does. She hasn't.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Before you start looking at it, can you tell me that's your signature at the top? Is that true?
Yes.
All right. Can you take a look at the rest of it now? Mr. Boswell?
Yes.
You took a look at that?
Yes.
That is your signature on the top?
Yes.
That is your writing on that piece of paper?
Yes.
You wrote those words?
Yes.
You apologized for what you did? Correct?
No, it wasn't an apology. It was what Monique believed that she thought I did.
Okay. Did you write those words?
Yes.
Right. And part of those words was talking about washing the dishes, correct?
Yes.
With the sponge that you used to clean the table.
Yes.
And you had, and the countertops, right?
Yes.
And the cabinets.
Yes.
And you wrote that you used bleach on those things, right? Does it not say that?
Yes, it does.
And bleach is a dangerous substance, is it not?
Yes.
And you also said, I did it because I thought somebody would get sick, right? Did you write that?
Yes.
Take the document from me. You wrote in there that you thought somebody was going to get sick. You did it, you used the sponges, and then you used it on other things because you thought somebody would get sick, right?
Yes.
So in other words, you washed the dishes with the same sponge and you cleaned everything with bleach on because you wanted to get your family sick. That's what you're saying, right?
No, that's not what I'm saying.
I can't hear you.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Can I approach?
That's
Yes,
what the
you may.
paper says, but it's not what I'm saying.
Can I have this marked as an exhibit?
You can have it marked. You can have it marked.
You just put the date on it and go. Mr. Boswell, could you look at the last paragraph of your letter
Yes.
that you wrote? What's the date that you wrote that?
2/6/2014.
Can't hear you.
February 6, 2014.
And in that last paragraph, you said you did, and we already talked about this, and let's do it again, just because I lost track of where I'm at. Okay? Apologize for repeating myself. Said I did that, so. Let me have it for a second. I did it because I thought everyone would get sick, and they could do nothing for me, like when I asked for help, and a comma you put, right?
Yes.
And you said, and I thought they would send me back to my mom's house, right?
Yes.
And you wrote this as an apology for mixing bleach that you used to clean.
I never mixed anything.
Well, it says at the top that you used bleach to clean the table, the cabinets, and the countertops, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Yes.
It also says that you wash the dishes with that same sponge, that same thing that you used to clean the countertops, right?
No, we had more than one sponge. I had one sponge to wash the dishes and one for cleaning things.
All right. Well, in this exhibit, I'm moving to admit this, Your Honor, if I may, at this point.
Your Honor, I haven't seen an original of this. There's some numbers on the bottom. I have no idea what they're for. I object to the mission of something that I've never seen an original on, was not provided, and here's some.
Even after the witness has testified that that's his handwriting and his signature,
He says it's his handwriting and his signature.
and that he wrote these words. It wasn't an apology, it was just what Monique thought that he did. And so I'm admitting it. I'll give it the appropriate way. Keep
Fine.
moving.
Okay, thank you.
You said you were just trying to explain away the fact that you used, let's grab a piece of paper then. Let's just nail this down and we'll move on, right? Okay? It's clear that you said, and you wrote this, it's clear that you said, I wash the dishes with the same sponge that I used to clean the table, countertops, and cabinets. Did you not write that?
Yes.
I use bleach to clean the counters. Did you write that?
Yes.
I use the window cleaner to clean the table.
Yes.
I use bleach to clean the cabinets.
Yes.
I did it because I thought everyone would get sick. You wrote that, right?
Yes.
And when you say everybody, you're referring to your family, correct?
Yes.
And that they, referring to your family, correct?
Yes.
Could do nothing for me like when I asked for help, comma.
Yes.
Right? And I thought that they would be the family, would send me back to my mom's house. Right?
Yes.
That's what you wrote.
Yes.
That's what you meant. Correct?
What do you mean?
Well, you're not disputing the fact that this is what you wrote and these words are what you meant.
No. I'm
Objection,
disputing
Your Honor.
it.
What's your objection?
It's a compound question.
It is sustained. Ask your question, it's compound.
You're not disputing these are the words you wrote.
No, I'm not.
Now, would you agree then that you attempted to get your family sick by putting bleach on the dishes that they used to use?
No.
You wouldn't agree with that?
No.
Would you agree that you definitely put bleach on the dishes because you wanted them to get sick so you could go back and live with your mom?
No.
You wouldn't agree with that?
No.
Would you agree that the truth doesn't change?
Yes.
Charlie, is it fair to say that you would do almost anything at that point to get back and live with your mom?
No.
No?
No.
Well, you tried to commit suicide so you could go back and live with your mom, isn't that true?
No.
You ran away so you could go back and live with your mom, isn't that true?
Yes.
Let's talk briefly about these workouts you're doing. You were actually happy with the workouts. Would you agree with that?
You mean like?
Want me to rephrase it?
Yes.
Yeah, speak up. Sir, right? You were proud of your physique back then. Remember that?
Yes.
Matter of fact, you used to take pictures of yourself flexing and send them out. Remember that? Send them to your mom. Pictures of you going like this.
Yes.
How proud you were.
Yes.
How proud you were of your achievement.
Yes.
How proud you were that all this exercise was changing your physique.
Yes.
Because before you went in to move with your dad, you were really heavy, right?
Yes.
You were out of shape.
Yes.
You couldn't do anything.
Yes.
No athletics, nothing.
No.
And then when you started working out, your body started to change.
Yes.
And you remember looking in the mirror and thinking, I look pretty good, right?
Yes.
And matter of fact, then you sent emails to your mom saying, Mom, I'm so proud of myself. I look so great. These workouts are really doing me wonders. Remember that?
No, I don't remember those emails.
Do you remember telling your mom that you were really proud of yourself?
Yeah, I think so.
Are we about to take a break? Oh, no.
We are. Is this a good place for you to stop? Because I have to break for my staff to have lunch.
Yeah, because then I can make copies of this so the prosecutor doesn't yell at me again. I could get it done.
At your office?
Well, I'll pay you back. I promise. I'll pay you back.
All right. So what we'll do is we're going to take a break here, and then we'll come back and resume. Do you know, can you kind of estimate how much longer with the cross-examination?
Probably another hour. I'll do my best, Judge. That's all.
Okay, so we will reconvene at 1:30. And so I'm going to ask the media, please make sure that you take your equipment with you. I believe that's from my deputies because they don't want to be responsible for your equipment being here. And so please make sure that you take it with you, and we'll reconvene at 1:30. Yes, Ms. Goldfarb.
I would ask that you provide copies now, not after lunch, please.
Mr. Smith?
Yes, I'll make it right now.
Please make the
Thanks.
copies now and
We'll
provide them
we'll send the
before
emails.
lunch.
We'll send the emails while at lunchtime too.
Please do.
Oh, it's already sent, Judge. I guess it's already sent.
Email sent, make the copies.
All right, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Do you remember sending pictures to your mom on over the internet, showing her how you were in great shape?
Yes.
You did that?
Yes.
And you did that because you were proud of yourself?
Yes.
Because you felt good?
Yes.
And because you were not upset at all about the exercise, right?
No, I just was happy that my body looked great.
Okay.
That's why I sent those pictures.
I'm sorry, I
What's
cannot
this?
understand what you're saying.
I was happy because of the way my body looked, not with the workout I was doing.
Okay. No, let's skip that. All right, let's talk about when you're in the basement, all right? You state that Monique, your stepmom, told you to go in the basement, and she actually walked down there with you, right?
Yes.
So you guys all walked down there, and you indicate to the court before that she pointed to a spot and says, that's where you're going to go.
Yes.
And then you went there.
Yes.
And she told you to be quiet,
Yes.
not say a word.
Yes.
And you were alone down there, right?
Yes.
And would you agree that you were fearful to leave?
Yes.
You were terrified.
Yes.
You were mortally afraid that something bad was going to happen to you if you got up and left.
Yes.
You were almost paralyzed with fear. Would you agree with that?
I don't think I would say paralyzed with fear, but I was scared, yeah.
Okay. You were so afraid you didn't leave.
Yes.
And you also said that you realized people were looking for you, right?
Yes.
And by the way, just so it's clear, when you went down in the basement, your father had not been home that whole Friday, right? Remember the Friday before you went to the basement?
I'm not sure what day it was.
All right. Well, the day before you went, your father wasn't home, correct? You remember telling the people at Kids Talk that he was gone all day the day before, and he slept over that night before at his office?
Yes.
All right? So he was gone the whole day before, and he slept over. And they asked you, how do you know that he slept over? And you said, because I sleep on the couch and I would know when he comes home. And he didn't come home,
Yes.
right? And then you said on Saturday he worked all day too, because you didn't see him on Saturday either.
No.
And then you were down in the basement, and you said you were happy to know that your dad was looking for you because you saw him come down.
I saw him, I heard him.
You heard him come down, but then you could see underneath the box. There was a spot under the box where you could look out, and you saw your dad out there looking with a flashlight. You remember that?
I didn't say I saw him, I said I heard him.
All right, you heard him down there looking.
Yes.
Well then, but you knew it was him because you heard of the conversation and you heard the footsteps come down, right?
Yes.
There's no disputing the fact your dad was looking for you.
No.
And because you were so paralyzed with fear, you didn't stand up and say, Dad, I'm right here. Please help me, right?
Yes.
You just sat there, correct?
Yes.
But you said you were happy that he was looking for you, right? Is that?
Yes.
And after he looked all around the basement, which is...
No, he didn't look all around.
Mr. Bothell, was there something else you were going to say?
Yes.
You can say it.
Kind of like, I would say, barely looked, sort of.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand what you
I
said.
said he barely looked.
Okay.
He stood there for a while, and then he went upstairs.
Okay. Did you not say to somebody in the past when they asked you about this? I'm sorry, strike that.
It's stricken.
Did you not say on the Kids Talk video and on the FBI video that you were happy that your dad came down and looked around with a flashlight for you?
Yes.
That he actually looked behind boxes and stuff?
Yeah, but he didn't look where I was, so. That's what
Okay. And you didn't stand up to say I'm here, right?
No.
All right. Correct?
Yes.
dad went upstairs.
Yes.
Right? Now, your dad never ordered you in the basement, right?
You said, please.
Your dad never ordered you into the basement, correct?
No.
Your dad was looking for you while you were hiding, right?
I wasn't hiding, but okay.
Well, you're not hiding? You weren't hiding?
No.
Well, if you're behind a box and you know your dad's there and you could have simply stood up, that's hiding, is it not?
If I was told to go there, you consider that hiding?
You were told to go there. Your dad was down there.
Mm-hmm.
Your dad is down there.
Mhm.
He's looking around with a flashlight for you. And all you have to do is stand up and say, I'm right here. But you hid. You stayed below the line of the box.
Objection, Your Honor.
He's
I
already
did
testified that he
answer
wasn't
the question.
hiding.
Okay.
Come on, Mr. Smith.
You did-
Let's move on. You're not gonna be smart. You're not gonna box him in on that. He said he wasn't hiding.
Right.
If somebody told you to go down there, it's not hiding. Let's keep moving.
All right. Was there something preventing you physically from standing up?
No.
Was there something preventing you physically from screaming out?
No.
Was there something preventing you physically from raising your hand and saying, I'm here,
No.
when your dad was looking for you?
No.
And then, after that, you heard police come,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
And you heard they were state police at one point, right?
Yes.
Well, you didn't hear that they were state police. You actually, after they all left, you went upstairs. Remember that?
Yes.
And even though you said you were paralyzed with fear, no, I'm sorry, strike that. Even though it said you were too fearful to move, at some point afterwards, you went upstairs and looked at paperwork in the kitchen, right?
No, it wasn't in the kitchen.
Well, where was it?
The paper on the dining room table. I wasn't afraid to leave that spot. I was afraid to leave the house.
Oh, you were not afraid to leave the basement, you were afraid to leave the house.
Yes.
So when everybody left, you decided you would go upstairs, right?
Yes.
Even though you've already testified that you thought your mom was going to do harm to you, your stepmom was going to do harm to you.
If she wasn't there, I would take that.
Okay. So if she wasn't there, you felt very comfortable in moving around the house, right?
Yes.
If your stepmom wasn't there.
Yes.
Okay. And like I said, when they first left, you went upstairs. You looked around, no one was there, right?
Yes.
And you walk over to the table, the dining table, correct?
Yes.
And here you are, this fearful kid that's been hiding, that's been placed in the basement, and you take the time to read a police document that's left on the table.
I didn't say I took the time to read it. I just saw it was there and it said state police.
Okay. So when you read the word state police, you were reading, correct?
Yeah.
So if you took the time to look at it and digest it and understand what the words were, does that not mean you read it?
Yes.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
So you read the document and it said state police.
Yes.
And that's how you knew the state police were there.
Yes.
And no one's in the house.
No.
And there's a back door to leave the house,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
And there's a front door to leave the house.
Yes.
And there's a neighbor on the side and on the other side.
Yes.
And you stayed in the house.
Yes.
And you actually went and got some food.
Yes.
You went and got some Gatorade.
Yes.
You went and got some Mountain Dew.
Yes.
You went and got some protein shakes.
Yes.
You went and got some chicken.
Yes.
You went and got other leftovers.
Yes.
You freely walked around the house anytime they weren't there, doing whatever you wanted to do. Correct?
Yes.
And you went and got on the internet a few times.
No.
Never did that?
No.
The computer's sitting right there. You never went on the internet?
No.
Did you watch TV a little bit?
No.
You went to the bathroom though,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
You went number 2.
Yes.
And this is despite the fact that you said you're so afraid that your stepmom was gonna hurt you. Correct?
Yes.
You were able to sit in the bathroom and comfortably relax and go to the bathroom. Correct?
Yes.
And then as time would go on, you decide, I'm just going to go back down and go back to the basement. Correct?
Yeah.
And then they'd come home. This is what your story is, right? They would come home
Yes.
and you would stay down there.
Yes.
And then one day they come with dogs.
Yes.
And you know they're dogs because you could hear them and the chains rattling around.
Yes.
And you're down there in the basement.
Yes.
And you're sitting there.
Yes.
And they're taking the dogs around and you can hear the dogs moving around, making noises.
Yes.
And again, you don't stand up, right?
Yes.
Even though you say that you can stand up and go upstairs when the mom leaves because you're not afraid anymore, now the police are downstairs with dogs, and you still don't get up, right?
That wasn't his testimony, counsel. I can't let you get by with that. Nope.
I'll rephrase it.
That was not his testimony, that he wasn't afraid once the mother left. Now, ask your question, do not mischaracterize testimony today.
Judge, I respectfully, I never disagree with you, but on this instance, I'm gonna ask it again.
He talked about when he was afraid, but the way you said
All right,
your
I
question,
understand.
you mischaracterized his testimony. Go ahead with your question.
Mr. Bothell.
Yes.
All right? Do you remember just talking with me about you going upstairs?
Yes.
And you said you were not afraid because your mother was not, stepmother was not there. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And that's why you went upstairs, correct?
Yes.
Now, you're downstairs in the basement.
Yes.
The dogs are rattling around looking for you.
Yes.
You can see under some of the boxes. Remember that?
No, I never said that.
Could you ever see underneath the box anybody at all?
No.
No? Okay. Now, these dogs, you can hear the chains, you said. You can hear the people talking. You know there's dogs there.
Yes.
You know the police are there.
Yes.
You're happy that they're looking for you.
Yes.
All you have to do is stand up, correct? And walk out like you do when you go get food, correct?
Yes.
But you don't do that, right?
Yes.
You claim that you stayed in the basement, right?
Yes.
Your story is that you were in the basement when the dogs were there. Is that right?
Yes.
Your story is that the dogs just didn't detect you.
Objection, Your Honor. That is argumentative. Your story is...
Well, he can't testify as to whether the dogs were able to detect him anyways. He can testify that he was in the basement when the dogs were there. Your next question.
Yeah, your testimony is, your story, this is a story, isn't it? Story of your life?
It's argumentative. Your next question.
You want to talk about what you want to do with life? You want to make movies, don't you?
Yes.
You've been working on a couple scripts, you said.
Objection as to relevance?
Sustained is not relevant. Your next question.
Did you find that? I'll move on. You know dogs are there. You never stand up, right?
Objection, you know what? It's been asked and answered
It has
7
been
times.
sustained. Your next question.
You know dogs are there. You don't scream out.
Objection.
I didn't ask that for
We
it.
didn't ask about screaming. Answer the question.
Correct?
Yes.
You know dogs are there. You don't wave your hand, right?
Yes.
And then they leave.
Yes.
And then you hear people upstairs talking.
Yes.
And you stay in the basement.
Yes.
And then they came back again, right? Then
Objection,
another
Your
day.
Honor, it's unclear who they is.
Okay.
I don't know if he's
Strike
talking
that
about
question.
dogs.
Stricken. Go ahead.
And then the police come back again another day, right? Or would they only come one time?
They came more than once.
They came more than once.
Yes.
And you actually saw that on television after the fact too, didn't you?
So,
You knew from news reports that they brought dogs in the basement, right? You saw that on the news, did you not?
I knew because I could hear the dogs.
But
Didn't hear you.
I knew because I could hear the dogs.
But you also knew because after you were in the hospital, you were watching the news.
No, they didn't let me watch the news.
You never watched the news at the hospital?
No.
Pardon. Page 15 of the kids' library. Do you have the clean copy? I'm going to set these over there for you, Chuck.
You may approach the
Oh,
witness.
I'm sorry, may I approach?
Yes. Have you shown the people what you're approaching with?
I think they made a copy of what we emailed.
Okay, wonderful. Go right ahead.
Page 15 of the kids' talk. And we have 2 copies for you, Judge, later on.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Bothell, did you read that area where you were questioned about what you did
Yes.
at the hospital?
Yes.
Did you see that?
Yes.
As a matter of fact, the last morning you were at the hospital, you went to McDonald's again, right?
I can't remember.
All right. You want to take a look at that page again? Page 15, lines 12 through 13.
Yes.
You went to McDonald's again?
Yes.
And you had a sausage, what does it say?
Nothing, orange juice.
All right. And then you went back to the hospital, right?
No, I think I went home from there.
You went home from there? And it says there you said you were watching some shows?
Yes.
And you got a glimpse of yourself on the news.
Yeah.
So when you were watching the news?
No, once I saw it, the FBI agent had me turned because they didn't want me to watch it.
Okay. But then after that, when you were by yourself, you got a glimpse of yourself on the news again a few times, right?
I wasn't by myself. It was always.
I can't hear you.
I wasn't by myself. There was always an FBI agent in the hospital room.
What is that? FBI? 47 FBI. Do you remember we talked about you not being able to see your dad with the flashlight?
Yes.
Okay, could you take a look at that other transcript, page 47? Because you just testified under oath that you could not see your dad with the flashlight, right? Mr. Bothell?
Yes.
Did you testify that you could not see your dad with the flashlight?
Yes.
All right. All right, I got it. Yeah, thanks. On page 47 at the top, lines 1 through 7, Mr. Bothell?
Yes.
You see where they asked you about looking at your dad?
Yes.
You see where they asked you about if you could see out of the area where you were at?
Yes.
And you said that you could see, right?
Yes.
And you said they asked you, how could you see? And what was your answer?
Yes.
No, line 7, what was your answer?
I can see from under the box.
You gotta speak up.
I can see from under the box.
So you could see your dad from under a box, correct? According to what you told the people at a prior time.
Objection, Your Honor. You know what? This is mischaracterizing the testimony, which is, you said you could see.
She can do it on direct, Judge.
flashlight.
She can.
Well, I mean, you can't just like.
She said.
Or it's not even.
Hold on, you all. You can't talk while I'm talking. You can't mischaracterize the testimony.
I'm not
And
mischaracterizing.
yes, you'll have the opportunity to cross-examine, to redirect.
Right.
And of course, I'm not looking at the transcript, so I don't know if Mr. Smith is mischaracterizing the testimony.
Judge, are we going to be
Your Honor,
allowed to
I would-
admit these to give to you?
Your Honor, I would indicate, first of all, I misspoke, and because this is not testimony. It's a transcript of a Kids Talk interview, so that was my mistake when I said mischaracterizing testimony. It's mischaracterizing the transcript that somebody made of a video recorded
Okay, so Mr.
interview.
Smith,
I'll clean it up.
please do.
Did you talk in this transcript? Did you tell them that you could see out from under the boxes?
Yes.
Does that now refresh your recollection as whether or not you could see your dad or not? Do you now remember, after reading this, that you could in fact see your dad?
No.
You can't. If you close your eyes, you can't remember looking under a box.
No.
So did you lie to them when you told them that?
Did you answer the question, Mr. Boswell?
Your Honor, I
I need him to answer that question. Did he lie to them when he said that he could see his father? Is it from under?
From under box. From under box.
It doesn't say that, Your Honor. It doesn't say that. Read me where it says I could see him from under the box.
Mr. Smith, again, the court does not have the transcript, so I'm relying on you all.
Where does it say say I could see my father from under the box.
Does it say that, Mr.
Mhm.
Smith?
It says I could hear him open the closet, and it says he came in. I don't know if he.
No, I only want to know where.
I have to get to that in
But I
context.
don't want you to read the whole interview, it's in the record.
It says, and on top of page 47, and then he just stood there for a while and listened, and then he went back upstairs. Question, after that was his answer. Question, could you see out of the area where you were in? Could you see? Uh-huh. How could you see? I could see him under the, I could see from under the box. Uh-huh. And then the questioner says, uh-huh. She goes, the drum is sort of pushed towards the, ... pushed towards the wall. And the questioner says, mm-hmm. And so I could see, like, there was like a crack that I could see through. Like when I, ... when I would get out and I would look in and you could see anything. You can't see anything, but that's why. That's what he said.
So that testimony doesn't say you can see his father.
It does,
see
because...
from under.
All right, and then it says at the bottom, okay, so you knew your dad, you heard that your dad was getting a flashlight, but then you said that you could see the flashlight. And he says, yeah. He says, uh-huh, and yeah.
I can see the flashlight.
All right, well, his dad's holding the flashlight.
No, but that's not what you said in your question. Your question was, could you see your father from under the flashlight? Did you lie to them when you told them that you could see your father?
Okay, I'll
from
rephrase the
under
question.
Don't talk while I'm talking.
Sorry, Judge.
I'm making my record. And that's not what the information says. That's not what the transcript said. So now you need to clean that up. I'm striking that whole question as well as that response. That's not what the transcript said.
Okay, do you recall saying that you could see a flashlight?
Yes.
You do recall that?
Yes.
And how could you see it?
I can see the light on the walls and stuff.
I can't hear
I
you.
can see the light on the walls and the reflection and stuff.
Do you recall testifying on page 15, line 7, that you could see it from under the box? 15, line 7. 47, line 7, I'm sorry.
I'm not even understanding that question exactly.
Should she clean all this up all she wants?
Well, that's fine.
He can look at the transcript, he can disagree with it, she's just interrupting the question so the witness can't properly even answer.
Well, I'm not certain what the question is, but if the witness does not understand the question, then it has been made clear, at least on the 2 prior days that we've been here, Mr. Bockwell, if you don't understand a question, then you can tell the court that you don't understand the question, and then Mr. Smith will rephrase the question.
All right.
Mr.
all right.
Smith, ask your question
All right.
again.
I'm gonna get rid of this topic and move quickly through it. You testified a little while ago that you could not see out at all when your dad was in the basement, correct?
Objection, Your Honor, that mischaracterizes
No, it doesn't.
his
You
testimony.
know, sustained.
Let me ask you this. Could you see out when your dad was in the basement? What'd you say?
Mr. Bockwell, answer the question. Could you see out? I can't hear you.
I don't understand what you're asking.
When you were behind the boxes and your dad was down there, could you see him?
No.
Could you see out from behind the boxes?
Yes.
How could you see out from behind the boxes?
There was like,
I can't hear you.
there was like a space between the boxes and the drum, and like the wall was here in the boxes, so I like push up a little bit.
That was
I
way
could see
too
through that little corner, and then there's like I guess a stop block to be able to see the boxes, but I could I wouldn't be able to see anybody's face, just like their body as they walk by or stuff like that.
So you could see your dad's body when he walked by?
Not saying I saw him, but I could see sometimes that someone walked by. I said that I saw my dad.
I'm sorry?
I said I could see sometimes if someone walked by, but I'm not saying I saw my dad. I can't remember.
I'm sorry, court reporter
I
cannot
can't
hear
remember.
you.
I can't remember if I saw my dad or not.
Okay. Let's go back to the second time the police were down there. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay. And you claim you were down there for 11 days, right?
Yes.
And the police came down for a second time.
Yes.
And your claim is that you were down there, and again, you heard more dogs. There's more than one time they brought dogs down there. Is that correct?
I don't think so. I'm not sure.
You don't remember a second
No.
time when dogs came down?
No.
All right. Do you remember the second time people came down looking for you?
Yes.
And you saw people's shadows walking by or their bodies going by?
Yes.
And how many people did you see?
I'm not sure.
And did they have flashlights?
Yes.
Okay, but they also had the lights on too. I mean, when you turn on the lights, the basement's bright white. Would you agree with that?
No, I can't remember.
You can't remember what the basement's lighting was when they turned on all the lights?
No, I'm not sure.
All right. So you spent 11 days in the basement, people coming down, turning on the lights, turning off the lights. Or maybe they never turned off the lights. But you would agree that you would agree it would be logical for people to turn on the lights when they come looking for you, wouldn't they?
Mr. Bothell, are you answering that question? Do you have an answer?
Yes. Yeah, I guess it would be logical.
It would be logical in the world. Go ahead, next question.
Do you remember, you said earlier that you ate leftovers, right?
Yes.
You specifically remember that from a year ago, right? Correct?
Yes.
And you've been consistent and truthful about that statement throughout all the times you were asked that same question, right?
Yes.
Could you, Mr. Bothell? Could you take a look at page 56 of the FBI transcripts? That's July. Kids show? Yeah. One moment, Your Honor. May I approach?
Yes, you may.
Do you recall telling Mr. Bothell, could you put that transcript aside? Do you recall being asked questions about what kind of food you ate? In the interview with the Kids Talk interview? Let me ask you this. Did you remember them asking you, did you eat any food that was not dry?
No, I don't remember.
If someone were to ask you if you eat food was not dry, would you agree that leftovers are not dry? Or was that do you understand what I'm saying?
No, I don't.
You don't agree that leftovers are not dry?
I don't understand what you're saying.
Right. You said you ate Chex Mix and things like that, right?
Yes.
And that's dry food. Would you agree?
Yes.
Would you agree that leftovers are different than Chex Mix?
Yeah.
Would you agree that if someone said, do you have any food that's not dry, they're referring to food that's not Chex Mix like food?
Yes.
And do you recall being asked that question, what your answer was?
No, I don't.
All right. What's your question? May I approach?
Yes, you may.
I'm sorry I stayed long. Just take a look right there. Top of the cerebral part. Got it? So they asked you, that day they asked you the question, do you eat any food that was not dry, right?
Yes.
And you were not confused by that question anyway, were you?
Oh, how is it?
He can testify.
What page are you on again?
He
I don't know
understood
what
the
page are we
question.
on.
43,
43? What line is it?
24,
I'm sorry?
23 and 24.
Can you speak up?
23 and 24.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Bothell.
Welcome.
Did they ask you the question that we just talked about?
Yes.
And I said you were not confused when they asked you that question, were you?
Yes, I might have been. If she could clarify.
You might have been?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you say in the transcript, or does it say that you stopped and said, hey, I'm kind of confused? Could you give me some clarification? Does it say that?
No.
It doesn't say that, does it?
No.
It just says that you gave an answer, right?
Yes.
And what was your answer?
I don't think so.
All right. You can put the transcript aside. You had electronics down there too, is that correct?
Yes.
And how did you get the electronics?
One was given.
You gotta
One was given to me, and I got the other one.
Which one was given to you?
The iPod.
The iPod?
Yes.
Is that the one you were watching or looking at that game on, the Walking Dead game?
Yes.
Now that Walking Dead game, you said that you downloaded on the internet, right?
No.
You did not download on the internet?
No.
How did it get on your iPod?
It's not mine.
Whose is it?
Monique's.
It's Monique's?
Yes.
So she downloaded it?
Yes.
And you had it?
Yes.
And isn't it true that you need to use the internet to run it?
No, you don't.
You don't?
No.
You can just play it without having access to the internet?
Yes.
Did you carry the iPod around the house with you when you were going upstairs?
No.
Why not?
I don't know. I don't understand.
Well, you could have got on the internet and communicated with people with your iPod, right?
It's not mine, but I don't know.
Well, you know a lot about electronics, don't you?
Yes, I guess I was just thinking.
I can't hear
I
you.
would say so, yes.
And you know that you can communicate with these devices, correct?
Yes.
You can communicate with the iPod, right?
Yes.
You can communicate with the laptop computer,
Yes.
right? And the way you communicate is you use the internet, right?
Yes.
And you use the internet since you were a little kid, right?
Yes.
You know how to use the internet, right?
Yes.
And so you're all alone in the house, and you're going around the house by yourself, right?
Yes.
But for some reason, you go up and go to the bathroom, and you do all this other stuff, but you won't walk out the front door or the back door, correct?
Yes.
And you won't use the internet.
Using the internet never came to my mind.
Never crossed your mind?
No.
Never crossed your mind to send out a message saying,
No.
please help?
No.
No?
No.
Never crossed your mind to log on to Twitter and use that?
No.
Because you did have Twitter back then, correct?
I'm not sure.
Okay. And you knew about the World Cup because you were watching it on television. Remember that?
No.
Remember they asked you how you knew about the World Cup? When I say they, I'm talking about the people at Kids Talk and FBI?
At the hospital, I watched it.
At the hospital you watched it? Okay.
Say yes.
Yes.
God, you're good. It's ridiculous. Thank you. One moment, Your Honor. When you were there at the house, you didn't have any access to the outside world via the internet, right?
No.
Via the television?
No.
And via the radio?
No.
Never heard anything on the radio?
No.
So you wouldn't know about any world affairs from listening to the radio while you were at the house, correct?
I don't get what you're asking me.
I'll rephrase the question. I talked about the internet, I talked about television.
Yes.
You said during the time period where you were in the basement, you weren't listening to a radio, in other words, right?
No.
And you couldn't hear a radio in the house, right?
We had radio in the house. It was like built in, but I don't think I could hear it.
All right. And you weren't keeping up to date with world affairs
No.
because you couldn't hear the radio when you're in the basement, right?
I don't think so.
I'm sorry?
No, I don't think so.
When you say I don't think so, does that really mean no?
No, I'm saying I don't think so. I don't know.
You don't remember or you don't know?
I don't remember.
Okay. Do you remember on July 1st talking to the FBI and they asked you about how you knew about how you kept up with up to date on the world?
No.
All right. Could you? Is that the FBI one there? You got both of them? Could you go to the page 68 on the FBI transcript? Lines 17 through 25.
You said 68?
68, please.
68?
68?
Okay.
Did you read that page?
Yes.
And then could you go over to the next page, 69, and read down to like number 12? 13, I'm sorry. 1 through 13? Mr. Bothell, throughout that line of question, you talked about hearing stuff on the radio when you're in the basement, right?
Yes.
And that's different than what you just testified to a minute ago, isn't it?
It's because I didn't remember.
Huh. Would you agree that the truth doesn't change?
Objection, Your Honor, this argument is
Sorry,
what you just
Your
said you
It's
didn't
been asked
remember.
and answered 100 times.
All right.
Mr. Smith, your next question.
Let me ask you this question. You can put the transcript down. Are you making stuff up as it goes along?
No.
You would agree that you've given multiple versions of the same story. Would you not agree with that? Parts of the same story?
No, I would agree that I've been asked the same thing multiple times.
And you gave different answers on multiple times. Would you agree?
Because sometimes I didn't remember or I just needed to.
I can't hear you, sir.
Sometimes because I maybe just didn't remember or.
Sir,
Sometimes because maybe I just didn't remember or just needed to get something to refresh my memory a little bit.
Do you remember at the beginning of this when we talked about it? Talked about your story?
Yes.
And you agreed that the story should stay the same?
Yes.
right? Are you trying to tell us that you forgot that you went to the bathroom upstairs, and that's why you told people in the Kids Talk interview and the FBI interview and the doctors that you never, ever, ever went to the bathroom the whole time you were in the basement?
I can't hear you.
Can you say that again, please?
I don't think I have to.
Did you get that, Miss? Okay.
We're going to move on to some different things, all right, Mr. Bothell?
Okay.
The only thing, and you don't have to go to it, but that Monique never brought him food. Nobody ever brought him food. He says very clearly she never brought me down anything. But then on direct, he said she brought him food, and she brought him a laptop, and she brought him.
Okay.
If you want, you don't have to.
Do you remember on direct examination when you said that Monique would bring you food to eat, like cereal and protein shakes?
Yes.
Do you remember when you talked to the FBI in July?
Yes.
And you told them something completely different? Do you remember telling them that she never brought you food?
No, I don't remember.
Right, can you look at page 53, lines 18 through 21? (17 through 19), I'm sorry. Did you see where they asked you the question, did she bring you any food?
Yes.
Any kind of food?
Yes.
Things like that?
Yes.
And what was your answer? And wait, time out. Before we do that, when they're referring to she, they're referring to your stepmom, right?
Yes.
You had no confusion about that, right?
No.
So they asked you specifically, did she, being your stepmother, bring you any kind of food? Things like that. What was your answer?
No. I got it myself.
Okay. Now, would you agree that two things can't be the truth? Two different statements can't be the truth?
Objection, Your Honor. It's been asked and answered.
I didn't ask that specific
You
question.
didn't
no.
ask that specific question, but you keep coming back to that.
I know.
So I am clear.
I know, I understand. Okay.
So
I'll move on.
ask your question and let's keep moving.
Can I ask them that one question I want to ask?
You
you?
can
Right.
answer it.
Will you agree that giving two different statements to the same question is a lie?
Objection,
That one,
Your Honor.
I'm sorry,
That is
strike that.
not-
It's stricken. Your next
W-
question.
Would you agree that giving two different answers to the same question, that one of them must be a lie?
Objection, Your Honor. That is also misstates his testimony, which is sometimes he doesn't remember and sometimes he needs his...
I object to speaking objections.
It's a different question. Answer the question. Mr. Boswell, do you remember the question?
Yes.
You may answer it at this time.
No, I would say that both of them are, or one of them is a lie. Because some things I just may remember, and some things I just don't. I mean, other things have happened in between, so other things have happened, so I'll try to remember anything I can to tell if possible. So.
I'm going to approach with an exhibit really quick, and we're going to ask you to mark on this exhibit that's already been admitted in evidence. This is not the one that's been admitted, but one like this has been admitted. I'm going to ask you to place a circle and an X where you were in the basement.
Okay.
Okay?
Objection, Your Honor. This is a diagram. First he has to establish and recognizes it. How can he, just because it's admitted doesn't mean he can recognize a diagram, that he knows what it's a diagram of, that there's
he can
no
testify.
foundation.
He can testify when he approaches with that exhibit. If he's able to, you do have to lay some type of foundation. He can testify as to whether or not he can do whatever Mr. Smith is asking him to do.
Mr. Bothell, after taking a look at that, could you look up at me when you're done? No, when you're done taking a look at it in detail, look up at me.
This is kind of confusing.
Is it?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Isn't it true that that's the same diagram that the FBI showed you when they were questioning you back in July of 2014?
I'm not sure.
All right. Do you have?
I don't really kind of understand this picture, but I can tell you.
I can't hear you. I'm sorry,
I don't
sir.
really understand this picture, but I can tell you like where I was.
What part of that picture don't you understand?
Like everything was sort of like, I guess, labeled a bit more. I'll be able to understand it.
Like what would you like to have labeled?
Like I can visibly remember where I was. Like I can tell you like, this picture is
Do you recognize in this picture the mechanical hallway?
The young man has already testified that the picture is confusing to him and that he can't really understand it, but he will tell him where. That's pretty much a quote of his testimony. So I say, why are we trying to do something that he's already testified he can't understand? And there is no.
Counsel, where are we going with this?
If I could just ask a few more questions, if he continues to not understand and
But he's
recognize diagram.
already said that he doesn't understand this. He did indicate that there's one thing he does know. I don't know how he knows it, but there's one thing he does know. So I don't want us to spend a whole bunch of time on a diagram.
10 seconds more.
He's already said he doesn't understand.
Then one more question, that's it.
I'll give you a little bit of leeway.
Right.
Ask your very limited question.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Mr. Bothell,
yes.
do you recognize this as a rough sketch of your basement?
No, I don't.
Okay. You can set that document down.
Okay.
Do you recall being shown a sketch by the FBI when they talked to you?
No, I don't.
Okay. Right there? Where's the sketch? Here, we'll find out. You guys find it and come back to me. We're going to come back to that, right?
Okay.
Okay? Let's talk about lying, all right? Okay?
1 second, please. Okay, you may proceed.
Okay, before we talk about lying, I'm going to ask you this. Do you remember the last day you were at the house before you went to the hospital?
Yes.
All right. Now, I've never asked you these questions before, but did you see the prosecutor there?
Yes.
Okay, where was she at?
She was sitting on the couch next to me.
Sitting on the couch right next to you?
Yes.
Okay, and she was talking to you, right? Well, they were all talking to you. Was she part of that or not?
Not really. She only asked me like maybe 2 or 3 questions.
I can't hear you.
Okay, let me ask you this question. If someone's asking you questions, does that not mean that they're talking to you?
Yes, it does.
Okay, so are we clear now that this prosecutor was sitting next to you on a couch immediately after you left the basement for the first time, supposedly after 11 days, and that she, Miss Goldfarb, was sitting right next to you asking you questions
Yes.
about what happened?
Yes.
And you told her and gave her answers to those questions?
Yes.
Now let's talk about lying, all right?
Okay.
At school. You got kicked out of school because of your lying. Do you remember that?
I don't know what I got kicked out of school about.
You don't know why you got kicked out of school?
No, I didn't say I don't know why. Just what.
You have to speak up, sir.
What. You're saying that I got kicked out of school about mine. I just don't know what you're talking about. Like what
Okay.
it was that led me to get kicked out of school. That's what I'm asking.
All right. Do you remember getting kicked out of school?
Yes, I've been kicked out of school.
You've been kicked out of more than one school, right?
And you said like expelled or suspended.
Expelled and suspended. You were asked to leave one school. You were suspended from other schools for lying.
I don't remember being told to leave, but okay.
I can't hear
I don't
you.
remember being told to leave a school.
There was a time when you were going to school and then you didn't get to go back because they told you not to come back. Do you remember that? You don't remember that?
No.
Objection, Your Honor, that is calling for hearsay.
And it is, and sustained.
It's not for the truth of the matter, sir. It's whether or not he left the school or not.
No.
He already testified that he left the school. Your objection is sustained. Your next question.
Do you remember fighting?
Before Mr. Smith,
I'm sorry.
Mr. Bockel, I am going to have to ask you to keep your voice up. This record is going to be a poor quality record because I am constantly saying, I can't hear you. I need you to speak up. Speak into the microphone. Keep your voice up. It's very important that everyone hears what you're saying today. Thank you. Mr. Smith, your next question.
Do you remember Bunch School?
Yes.
All right. Do you remember being asked to leave Bunch School?
Objection, Your Honor. Let's lay a foundation of what grade we're talking about, and
Thank
then
you,
it's
sustained.
hearsay.
Lay the foundation.
Do you remember being in 3rd grade at Bunch School?
Yes.
All right. Do you remember getting in fights at Bunch School?
Yes.
Do you remember stealing at Bunch School?
Yes.
Do you remember lying at Bunch School?
Yes.
Do you remember getting kicked out of Bunch School?
I remember getting suspended.
And you got suspended because you were stealing, lying, and fighting.
Objection calls for hearsay.
No, it doesn't call for
Yes,
hearsay.
he can tell me why he got, if he knows. Do you know why you were put out of Bunch School?
No, I don't.
Okay, he doesn't know. Next question.
Okay.
I think someone asked earlier if we were only going to 3:15 today. We are going to finish Mr. Smith's cross-examination on today. We'll be here until we get finished. And then, Ms. Goldfarb, when we come back, you'll have to do your redirect.
Maybe I can even start.
Okay, I'm going to hustle up. Okay.
Thank you.
So, you went to Bunch School in 3rd grade and in 5th grade, correct?
Yes.
And you actually got into the fighting, stealing, and lying part in 5th grade, right?
Yes.
Okay. And then you went to the Chrysler School, right?
Yes.
And you got straight F's your first fall semester, right?
Objection, Your Honor. How is that relevant?
How is it relevant?
It goes to his credibility, Judge.
No, it's not relevant. Keep going.
It goes to why he was taken out of school and homeschooled, Your Honor. Just briefly. That's it.
Counsel, it's not relevant. I want you all to stick with the relevant things in this case. It has just become so many other things that are just not relevant. Please
I'll
ask
move
the
on.
next question.
I'll move on. One of the reasons you were homeschooled is because you were doing so poorly in 5th grade that you got all Fs, right?
Objection, Your Honor, that's
Relevance.
Why he claims he was isolated, he was homeschooled, he had nothing, he didn't want to do it.
Sustained. Your
Right.
next question.
Let's talk about isolation real quick. Do you have a list? You actually testified that you were isolated. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you had no outside contact, right?
Objection, Your Honor, that misstates his testimony.
He said
Are you asking him if he had outside contact?
strike the question.
Okay.
You testified earlier, I'm sorry for overlapping. You testified earlier that for 3 years you felt isolated at your dad's house. Remember that? Charlie?
Objection, it misstates testimony.
That's what I asked, Judge.
Ask the question.
All right. Do you recall testifying earlier that you spent 3 years feeling isolated when you're with your dad at his dad's house?
Again, it misstates.
Okay. Now,
His answer was yes.
all right. And when you tell the judge you were isolated, you want her to understand that you weren't allowed to leave the house, right?
Yes.
You weren't allowed to do anything fun, right?
Yes.
Let's talk about some things you've done in the last couple of years when you're with your dad, all right?
Yes.
That show that you were not isolated, okay?
Yes.
You went to a Red Wings game, right?
Yes.
You went to your Aunt Rose's house in West Bloomfield, correct?
Yes.
You went to your paternal grandmother's house in Kegel Harbor, correct?
Yes.
You went to your mother's house repeatedly in Detroit, correct?
Yes.
This is all the while you're staying with your dad, correct?
Yes.
You went to your grandfather's house in Las Vegas for over a month.
Yes.
You flew out there by yourself on an airplane.
Yes.
While you were in Las Vegas, you went and looked at all the sights, had fun, hung out with your family, correct?
Yes.
At any time, you could have told any one of your family members, I'm being abused, please help me, but you didn't, right?
Yes.
You went to the Bahama Breeze out at a restaurant a lot, right?
Yes.
You went to downtown Birmingham
Wait a second. Was the question he went to Bahama Breeze a lot?
several
Is that the question?
times, numerous times.
Well,
Strike the question. I'll ask
the
it again.
question
You-
differently. Go ahead.
You went to Bahama Breeze numerous times to eat, correct?
Yeah, numerous, maybe once or twice.
Okay. You went to the Birmingham Park in downtown Birmingham,
Yes.
where your dad's office was, correct?
I don't think he had an office in Birmingham.
Okay. Did you go to the Birmingham Park?
Yes.
Did you go to the Birmingham Palladium movie theater?
Yes.
Did you go to the Motor City Casino with your father in March of 2014? Do you remember going to the casino?
No.
You don't remember that?
No.
You don't remember that date, or you don't remember going to the casino?
I don't remember going to the casino.
How about J. Alexander's restaurant? You remember going there, don't you?
No.
How about the Tavon Martin rally in the Hart Plaza? You remember that?
Yes.
How about Monique's grandmother's house in Calvert?
And his name was Trayvon.
I'm sorry, Trayvon. I apologize.
Okay. Your question.
Monique's grandmother's house. You've been there. Grandmother? Mother's house.
Yes.
Your grandmother's house. Right?
Yes.
And you were left there alone, right? On some occasions. Do you remember that?
Yes.
You went to the Birch Run Mall.
Yes.
You went to your dad's office, the one in Southfield.
Yes.
You went on a tour of the Jefferson Middle High School on St. Clair Shores.
Yes.
You met with a principal named Mr. Lavender.
Yes.
You told him that you wanted to be an Olympic runner. Remember that?
Objection as to relevance.
Strike that part of it.
Thank you.
You went on summer camp with Monique. Remember that?
That was
The whole summer.
a long time ago. Not the past summers that I was there. She wasn't even working.
That was in 2010, wasn't it?
No, I think like 2008, 2009.
Okay, well, let's move on. You went and then you went to Florida with your grandmother and your aunts, right?
2008, both
Yep.
year.
And then you went to your Uncle Harry's wedding in 2011.
Yes.
You went to Dave & Buster's, C.J. Barrymore's, Benihana's, Mitchell's Seafood in Birmingham, all those restaurants with your dad during this time period.
No.
No?
I haven't been to C.J. Barrymore's or Dave & Buster's not one time when I was living with him.
All right.
That was 2.5 years.
How about Mitchell's Seafood and Cameron's Steakhouse? They're right next to each other in Birmingham.
Third grade. I went to Mitchell's.
You got a pretty good memory, don't you? Right?
I mean, it's the very few things that I did, so of course I'll remember them.
Okay. Very few things you did. You went and visited a doctor, Dr. Mosby, right? In 2012.
No, it wasn't 2012. It was when I first started living with my dad.
I can't understand what you said.
It was when I first started living with my dad, after I moved with him in 5th grade.
You remember the summer of 2013 when you went to the Grand Canyon and the Hoover Dam?
Yes.
You remember playing on the neighborhood basketball court?
No.
Okay. How about the Children's Fair in Kego Harbor? You went there during this time period?
I don't remember that.
You went to Brooklyn's Pizza, the pizza place in Birmingham. You remember that?
Yes.
You went to Greektown and had ice cream at Pegasus and stopped at the Astoria Bake Shop. Remember those places?
Yes.
Again, all with your dad during this time period when you said you were isolated, correct? Correct?
Yes.
You went to Fishbones when you said you were isolated during that 3-year period, correct?
No.
You went to all your cousins' birthday parties when you supposedly were isolated, correct?
No.
No? You didn't go to any cousins' birthday parties during the 3 years you were with your dad? Mr. Bothell?
I'm thinking. No, I don't think so.
Let's talk about another lie. The police when you ran away in 2012.
Objection, Your Honor.
All right, strike the question.
And don't do it again.
All right, let's talk.
Thank you, your question.
Let's talk about when you ran away in 2012 for just a brief second, okay, Mr. Bothell?
Yes.
When the police found you, you lied to them, isn't that? You did, right?
Yes.
They asked you if you were Charlie Bothell, and you said you looked them in the eye, right? Mr. Bothell, you looked them in the eye.
I guess so, yes.
And they were asking you questions to determine if you were the missing child, right?
Yes.
And you knew they were police officers.
Yes.
And you knew you were supposed to tell the truth to the police officers, right?
Yes.
And you were just a little kid, right?
Yes.
And yet you looked at the police officers and you lied to them.
Yes.
Because you wanted to keep running away, right?
No, I only ran away once.
Okay. You lied to them because you didn't want to be caught. You didn't want to get in trouble. Correct?
Caught doing what? I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know where that's coming from.
Okay. Well, let's start with this fact. You did lie to them about your name, right?
No.
You lied to them about who you were. You just said that.
No, I didn't.
You didn't?
No.
Okay. What did you lie to them about?
What happened and why, the reason I ran away.
All right. So you told them, hi, I'm Charlie Bothell, but you lied about it, why you ran away?
Yes.
You also lied to your stepmom all the time. Did you agree with that?
Objection, Your Honor. That all the time, cause for her speculation.
I'll strike the question.
It's stricken. Next question.
During the time when you were living with your stepmother, you lied to her.
Yes.
And during the time you were living with your mom, you lied to her.
Objection, Your Honor. This is not relevant to what
How could it not be
lie.
relevant?
What is relevant is what you're lying about. If it's something that has something to do with this case or not.
I'm
Okay.
going to allow it.
We'll rein it in. I will.
Come on.
I will. Okay. We're almost done with this subject, all right? You lied to your mom when you lived with her. And that's why she told you you can't live with her anymore, right?
No.
Is part of the reason that you couldn't live with her is because you repeated lies?
No. It's because I was doing bad in school and she sent me to my dad's house just so he could help me.
All right. And when you got to your dad's house, he certainly did help you, right? Your grades improved dramatically.
Yes.
Matter of fact, when they evaluated you right after you got out of the hospital, you tested at a 12th grade level for reading. Do you remember that?
I remember the test. I don't remember the final score.
You remember them saying, "Wow, you're pretty smart for a kid your age."
Objection, Your Honor. Calls for hearsay.
Strike the question.
Sustained.
Who was the guy who did this? Mr. Geiger? Dr. Geiger. Do you remember Dr. Geiger when he told you about your test results?
No.
All right. Do you remember telling Dr. Geiger that you see things that are not there? You hallucinate?
I don't know who Dr. Geiger is.
All right. Do you ever remember talking to a doctor with regard to the family court matter? He did a psychological evaluation of you. Do you remember that?
No.
The guy that gave you the test strike that.
Objection, Your Honor. Is he asking for here? I mean, I don't know where he's
It's not hearsay.
referring to. We have
He
no
doesn't remember,
document.
so it seems like it's gonna be a very short route.
Yeah.
Witness doesn't remember, so he doesn't know who Dr. Geiger is. So your next question?
All right.
Certainly we're not going to spend any
No.
time on
No,
something that a doctor said and this witness just testified. He doesn't know who this doctor is.
do you remember telling somebody that was interviewing you after you were taken away from your father's house? You were interviewed about you were given tests about your reading and math and everything like that. Do you remember that?
Yes.
All right. Do you remember being in that room with that person that gave you those tests?
Yes.
And you remember it was a guy?
Yes.
You remember he was a doctor?
I don't remember. He was a doctor. I don't know what he was.
Okay. But you remember him giving you those tests?
Yes.
And you told him that you liked the movie Breakfast Club. You remember that?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm just trying to refresh his
This is
recollection.
hearsay, number one.
I need to know how it's relevant.
All right.
Where are we going with this?
I'm going to the hallucinate. I'm trying to get him to remember where he was. I'm going to talk about when he told this person about he saw the man, the ghost that you could see through. All right?
I'm giving you some leeway.
Okay.
Very little. Your question.
During that same time period when you were taking Mr. Bothell?
Yes.
During that same time period when you were being tested for math and reading and everything else, you also were asked questions about whether or not you saw things that weren't there. Remember that?
No.
All right. Did you ever say to anybody that you had one instant?
Objection. You cannot ask a question. Did you ever say to anybody in the world and then
Strike
quote
that.
a hearsay?
During that same interview period, during that same meeting with that same person that we just talked about, do you recall telling him that you have one instance
Objection,
of
Your Honor.
hallucinating?
Objection, Your Honor. This is apparently quoting somebody's report, which I don't have, number one. And number
She
two,
has it.
it is his hearsay. Not what Mr. Bothell said, but what someone else is saying he said, which is hearsay.
I disagree. I'm asking him if he said that. I'm not asking him what this guy said.
He can ask the question whether or not he said something. It doesn't mean that whatever he's saying this person said, Mr. Bothell said, I'm accepting it as truth. I'm not. If the witness testifies and no, I didn't say it, then whatever the person said, he said, doesn't really amount to a hill of beans to me.
Correct.
But I don't want to spend a whole lot.
This is it.
This witness has already testified.
Right.
He doesn't know who Mr. Geiger is, Dr. Geiger is. He doesn't remember saying, he didn't tell anybody that he saw things. So we're not spending a lot of time
Just one
here,
question.
Mr. Smith.
That's it. I'll narrow it
Go
down.
ahead.
Okay. Do you recall telling this person that was giving you the tests that you had one instance of hallucinating where you, excuse me, I'm not done yet,
Let him finish the question.
where you saw a person with long sideburns and a beard who was completely bald, and you have never seen them before, but you could see right through them?
I'm sorry, I don't remember.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear your answer.
I don't remember.
You don't remember if you said that to him?
Yes, I'm so sorry.
All right. Has that ever happened in your lifetime? Where you saw a person with long sideburns and a beard, was completely bald, and you could see right through them?
I can't remember.
You can't remember if you had that experience?
No.
Really quickly, your testimony and your prior statements indicate that your dad hit you with a PVC pipe, correct?
Yes.
And no one else hit you other than your dad?
No, it's not true.
Okay. You said the stepmom hit you?
She's punched me before, yes.
Right. But your mother never hit you, did she?
My mom?
Yes.
Yes, I've gotten a whooping before.
Can't hear you.
Yes, I've gotten whoopings before.
Okay. Matter of fact, you got whoopings with a wooden pallet, right? Paddle.
Yes.
Could you show the judge how big the paddle is with your hands?
This one.
And she would hit you on the butt with that paddle. Is that correct?
My mom?
Your mom?
No.
Where would she hit you at?
She wouldn't hit me with a wooden stick.
Oh, she never hit you with a wooden paddle?
No.
I thought you just said she hit you with a wooden paddle.
No. I said she gave me spankings.
She gave you spankings with a wooden paddle?
No. She used a belt.
Okay, so she used a belt on your buttocks.
Yes.
So, other than the belt, did she use anything else?
No.
But she definitely never used a wooden paddle.
Yes.
Now, when you ran away from the police in 2012, just briefly...
Objection, Your Honor. That calls for facts that aren't in evidence. Ran away from the police?
I'm sorry, strike that.
In 2012?
When you ran away and were caught by the... and the police asked you questions after you ran away, remember that? We just talked about that?
Yes.
You actually told them that your neighbor Neil had kidnapped you. Do you remember that?
No. I never said my neighbor Neil kidnapped me.
Did you say anybody kidnapped you and held you in a basement? Guy with gray hair?
2012?
Yeah.
No.
You remember telling them that a guy with gray hair held you in a basement?
I said I was in the tunnel, not the basement.
Oh, the guy with... that's sorry. The guy with gray hair kept you in the tunnel. Remember that?
Yes.
And that was a lie.
Yes.
You made up that a guy with gray hair actually held you in a tunnel, kidnapped you and held you in a tunnel,
Yes.
right? Let's talk about the fires in your really quickly. We're going to talk about the fires in the hallway. You remember the fires?
They were in the den, not the hallway.
And you lit fires in the den, right?
I lit fires.
Well, did you stick things in the socket and cause fires to happen?
No.
Remember doing that in your bedroom?
No.
Isn't it the truth that you were taken out of your bedroom because you kept sticking things in the socket and it was causing a fire hazard?
No. I never stuck anything in the sockets to cause a fire hazard, and that's not why I was taken out of my room.
Isn't it true that you were actually trying to start things in garbage cans in that utility hallway on fire?
No.
What did you try to start on fire?
Nothing.
Well, you just said that you started a fire in the den.
No. I said
Objection, Your Honor.
Sorry, that's what I thought I heard.
No.
Okay.
That's not what you heard.
Did you ever
Sustain
start?
your next question.
Did you ever start any fires?
No.
Objection
Okay.
has been answered.
He has asked you to answer this yet another time. Your next question.
I'm just trying to... Okay. Remember testifying last time we were here that you did not know why you were taken out of your bedroom?
No.
Do you know why you were taken out of your bedroom?
Yes.
And why is that?
Because, it was in 2013, I had...
Keep your voice
it was
up.
like, the fall of 2013 when I got in trouble, and, my dad and Monique had took me out of my bedroom, and they had me sleep on the couch.
That's because they wanted to keep an eye on you, right?
I'm not sure.
Okay. Do you remember why you got in trouble? Okay. Do you remember when during the FBI interview when the lady was asking you about the King homes, and you said that the dogs might have gone there and smelled that I was there because it was the first time I ran away? Remember that?
Objection, Your Honor. That misstates and mischaracterizes what it said. It says, and I read it.
Judge, she can do that on direct.
Why doesn't he?
You can do it on redirect, but Mr. Smith, again, I'm cautioning you.
I'm paraphrasing. I don't want to go through the whole
But
thing.
you still have to paraphrase, and it has to be accurate.
Oh, he can deny it if it's not true.
No,
All
I'm
right.
telling you, you're going to paraphrase, and
I'll try
it's
to do it.
accurate, because it's right in front of you,
Okay.
and you can read it.
Do you remember being asked about when you remember talking about that somebody had said that they saw you at the King's homes during the FBI interview? Remember that?
Yes.
And that, what else have you look at it? Page 60, lines 16 through 25. Yeah. Do you remember talking also about somebody tracking your scent to the King homes?
Are you asking him to look at the transcript?
I'm going to ask him first, and then I'll do it right now. Let's make it quicker. That's it. And when you're done, just look up, will you, Mr. Both? Did you attempt to tell the FBI person that was interviewing you that if there was a scent that was found at the King Homes area by dogs, I guess is what you're implying?
Yes.
Objection. Attempt to tell, and this is what you're implying. The words are here. He can read the words. Or
He understood the question, right?
Ask the question,
All right.
counsel, not attempt.
All right. Do you see where you were telling them that if there was anybody tracking you to the King area, dogs tracking the King area,
Yes.
that the scent was probably from the first time you were there in 2012?
Yes.
Okay.
time I have to go by in order to get to my mom's house. That's what it says. He is completely mischaracterizing
Okay.
what is written there. I have to go by
I don't need
to
to-
get to my
just-
mom's home.
Okay, thank you.
Pardon me. I'm moving on. All right.
You need
Yeah.
to. Thank you. How much longer, Mr. Smith?
Just 5 minutes. All
Okay.
right. I'm working through here. During the time period, Mr. Bothell, during the time period when you say you were in the basement for 11 days, correct? You with me? Did you ever go and use the phone and call in emergency response units to come and check for somebody in the basement?
No.
Did you call CPS during the time period when you were allegedly in the basement?
No.
And indicate to them to go check, do a welfare check of the house?
No.
One moment, Your Honor. 3 minutes left, so.
Well, she said we could go past 3:15.
No, but I told her 5 minutes. Let's do it.
Okay, so they don't actually say the word diagram, but they say, where's the drain? Here's your laundry room. I would say as soon as you step in,
I understand that. She's in there. She'll be right to us. Evidence of
then
diagram.
just ask him where he was. Exactly.
Yeah.
And the police testified that they couldn't, they had to move the boxes. It was impossible to get to. So how did he get in?
Okay. This is the final line of questioning, right, Mr. Bothell?
Yes.
When you were going up and down to the basement, from the upstairs, downstairs,
Yes.
basement to upstairs, you didn't have to move the boxes. You could just walk around them, correct?
Yes.
Right. So you were free access just by kind of going like this.
Yes.
Is that right? And then you would go up, and then you would go back down, and you would just go around the boxes again,
Yes.
without actually having to move them over, right?
Yes.
Okay. What was that? Mr. George, you follow? Follow? I think I already covered that. Yeah. Well, one final question, then we're done. Okay? I'm 1 minute.
Second final question, go
Yeah.
ahead.
One final question, then I'm done. Remember how you talked about how you only had a couple books to work with the whole 3 years you were there?
Yes.
Right. And that, you made it sound like you were being deprived because you didn't have access to...
Objection, Your Honor. He's characterizing
Can't
his
do it,
testimony.
change your question.
And you in fact felt deprived because you didn't have access to books, right?
Objection, Your Honor. He's just characterizing what he said.
I'm asking now.
He can ask the question, and you can answer whether or not you felt deprived.
No, I didn't feel deprived.
You didn't feel deprived? During that 3 years when you were doing homework with your dad, you were seeing your grades go, you were getting smarter, right?
I was taught some things that I would say like when I was 5th, 6th, or 7th grade, what we taught, yes.
And in fact, you in fact attribute your 12th grade reading level.
I don't remember what else.
You attribute whatever your reading level was whatever they found your reading level to be, you attribute that to the time you spent with your father, correct? Because the test occurred right after you left his
Yes.
house. And whatever your mathematical scores were during that test that you took right after you left his house, you attribute that to your father.
Yes.
And whatever your spelling and everything else was educationally, you attribute that to the 3 years you spent with your father, right?
2.5, yes.
2.5. That's it. No. Thanks, Judge.
Thank you.
Nothing further.
Okay, we are finished for now. Ms. Goldfarb.
No, there's no way. Even if I promised you that I would be really short, so he doesn't have to come back. I know it's up to somebody other than me. And I understand
Well, I
that.
have a security
Restrictions.
issue.
I know,
at
I
this
understand.
point. So, are we coming, what is the next date
June
that we're
8th.
coming back?
June 8th.
And that's the earliest, that's
Yeah.
right, because there's a holiday.
Right.
And Mr. Dillard has been so well behaved today, I'm not going to infringe on his vacation. Or,
I'm going to get those exhibits.
okay. Ms. Goldfarb, I've been told that I can have some time, I'm putting this on the record, you're on the record, just in case they come to get me. The deputy, I put him on the spot, said that we can do your very brief redirect, so that Mr. Boswell will not have to come back. So let's do it. So we're on the deputy, tell me your name. Thank you, you got that, Ms. Martin, all right, we're ready.
Okay.
Redirect.
Mr. Bothell,
Yes.
do you remember what I asked you regarding the piece of paper with the note on it? Do you remember what I asked you this afternoon?
No.
Can't hear you.
No, what did you ask me?
Oh, I'm asking you what you
Oh,
remember.
no, I don't remember.
Okay, did I ask you a question? About the piece of paper?
If he doesn't
Yes.
know the answer.
Yes.
Okay.
He said he didn't know the question, but now he's saying she did ask him a question.
Okay.
Make it say.
Do you remember anything I said?
Yes.
Okay, what did I say?
You asked me what is my handwriting.
Just, that's hearsay. What she
No,
said, what
a
she said
question.
was hearsay.
No,
It's hearsay.
You're
May I-
asking him to testify to something that you said.
and a question is not a statement. This is not a statement I made. This is,
You're not offering it for the truth, you're just.
I know. I know.
Okay, I'm going to allow that. Go ahead.
She asked me, was it my handwriting?
I can't hear
She
you.
asked me, was it my handwriting? And why did I write it?
Okay. And so did I tell you what to say?
No.
Did I ever tell you what to say?
Objection leading.
Overruled.
No. No.
Okay, what is it your handwriting?
Yes.
Okay, and why did you write it?
Because I had two different basically sponges for.
I can't hear you.
I had two different sponges for washing dishes and cleaning the countertops, and they looked exactly the same. So sometimes I had gotten mixed up, and Monique had saw me do it before, and my mistake, and it's happened again. It was like comes out, we get mixed up. It was like I didn't do it on purpose to like harm them or mix anything together. Like it was never my intention, never get anyone sick. Like I never purposely tried to poison anyone.
Did you write what is written on that paper though?
Yes.
Well, why did you write that?
Well, that's because she asked what she thought that was not what I was trying to do, because she basically thought everything that I did.
Objection, this is what she thought about everything that he did.
Sustained.
Everything.
Objection.
Sustained, Ms. Goldfarb, your
What?
question.
Were those your words that were written on the paper?
No.
Whose words were they?
Monique's.
After this happened and you wrote that down, did they stop letting you clean?
No.
What happened?
I don't remember, but I didn't stop doing my chores.
Okay, so before that you had chores of cleaning up, and after that you had chores of cleaning up.
Yeah.
All right, and you told us that. How often were you left alone in that house?
Mostly during I guess I would say like school week. Like they had to go to Novi Center for Luke, and when my dad had to go to his office.
Okay. So, you know that. Did they ever tell you you set fires?
Objection, Your Honor, this was they. This statement.
Clarify the record, please.
Were you aware that? Were you accused by Monique Bothell
Objection,
of setting a
that's
fire?
leading, Judge. That's a leading judge.
I'm going to allow it. Were you ever accused by Monique Bothell?
Yes.
Oh.
Did you set fires?
No.
Were you left alone in the house after you were accused?
Yes, I was.
How often?
Anytime they had to go to school or it was something important that they needed to do.
Okay. Were you accused by your father of this fire business?
Yes.
Were you still left alone in the house regularly?
Yes.
When you were alone in the house, what were you allowed to do alone in the house every day during the school day?
Objection, Your Honor. How could what he was allowed to do while he's in the house alone?
What rules were there? Were there rules for you, sir?
It's sustained. Your question, Ms. Goldfarb.
Were there rules when you were that you were supposed to follow?
Objection, leading. Talking about
Overruled.
rules.
Were there rules?
I'm not sure what you mean by rules.
Were you when they left? Were you supposed to do certain things?
Objection. He just testified he didn't know whether there were rules, and now
He said he doesn't know what she means.
Right.
I'm allowing him to answer the question.
Yeah, I had going to eat lunch, my workout, my afternoon workout, clean up the kitchen. That's pretty much it. Just eat lunch, clean up, like daily chores we do around the house, and then after I finish that, I just go back to doing my schoolwork.
Did you feel that you were free to go outside or go anywhere you wanted?
That's leading, Judge. Does he feel free to go out? That's a leading question, Judge.
It is a question they opened the door to when he asked 100 times about.
I said overruled. Now answer the question, Mr. Bothell.
No, I would get in trouble if I was outside.
Thank you.
And what would happen if you were outside?
Objection is leading, Judge.
Overruled. What would happen if you went outside?
I would most likely get a whooping.
So, when you were put in the basement, do you remember what you were told by Monique Bothell?
Ask and answer, Judge. We've been over
Overruled. Answer.
Yes, just be quiet and shut up about what I heard.
Okay. And what did you do?
Exactly right.
And why did you do it?
Because I didn't know what was going to happen. I was afraid that nobody would believe me.
We talked a lot about suicide, about the suicide a threat or attempt. Remember that?
Yes.
Did anybody do anything, like get you any help when that happened?
Leading.
Counsel.
Did anybody do anything? Either Mr. or Mrs. Bothell do anything for you?
Objection, Your Honor. He testified he never told Mr. Bothell about it, so she's assuming facts that aren't in evidence.
Can I say something?
No, you can't. Overruled. Answer the question. Do you remember the question?
No.
Ms. Goldfarb?
Did either of them, did you tell, or were you present when anyone else told Mr. Bothell about the suicide attempt?
No.
Did Mrs. Bothell ever do anything for you?
No.
Did she make comments to you after?
Objection, leading, Judge. He's leading.
Overruled. Did she make comments?
Yes, because I put the dishes in the drawer the incorrect way, so like...
Can't understand what you're saying.
I had, instead of putting like, I guess the handles of the silverware in the kitchen downstairs, I had put like the part that she used to pick up the food and stuff, and she got upset and said I was doing it on purpose, so when she opened the door, she would touch it with her hands. And she said, unlike you, I know what the sharp knives are. I indicated to the, I guess the dull knife that they said I used.
So what did you take that to mean when she said, unlike you, I know where the sharp knives are?
You can't testify as to her mental status and
No,
what she
she's not asking him. She asked, what did he understand that to mean? What was his understanding? Overruled. Answer the question.
As a threat.
Why was it a threat?
I mean, I don't think it was necessary to tell someone that. I mean, you could just say.
I can't understand what you're saying. Ms. Goldfarb, I don't know how long your redirect is, but I've had enough today. I have said more of I can't hear you, I don't understand you, probably 1,000 times. So I don't know how much more you have left, but I have really had enough today.
Okay, I understand.
Yes, so we'll be back on our next day for the redirect of Mr. Bothell. You almost blew that vacation too. But we're coming back on June, is it the 8th? At 9:30 a.m. We are adjourned until that time.
Have a happy holiday.
Your Honor, I do have a housekeeping matter about witnesses. I just want to be clear. Are the people done with their witnesses, or are there going to be more witnesses for the people on June 20th? June 8th.
We're going to for certain call, I believe it's a detective, but I'm not, is it Detective Mott? Dietrich Mott. But text message says that I have provided to the defense several times. And
One time.
And that may, ask the question, ma'am.
And that may be it. However, it is possible that we will be calling Sergeant Hesmar. But that...
So you have potentially two witnesses left to call.
One for certain and one possibly.
Okay.
And Your Honor, as far as our witnesses, the court had ordered Ms. Goldfarb to TUI request a Special Agent Wheeler. We also need Special Agent Henrik Impola for a very short line of questioning, and I'm asking the court to ask her to do the same thing. She has not provided me an answer to the